particularly opposed plans to expand the mandate of the Kenya KMPDC to regulate additional healthcare cadres and foreign practitioners residing in Kenya. The union says the proposed changes could create an overlapping professional roles unless clear scopes of practice and professional boundaries are established. The bill, sponsored by Nyeri Town MP Duncan Maina Mathenga, seeks to amend the Medical Practitioners and Dentist Acts. Among its proposal is the inclusion of community oral health officers, dental technologists and optometrists under the regulatory framework. It also proposes renaming the KMPDC as the Medical and Dental Council of Kenya, introducing new registration requirements, including pre-registration examinations, and providing for the registration of certain foreign practitioners. The union says the framework should clearly define professional roles and ensure that regulation remains focused on patient safety, accountability, and established standards. Kibwezi West MP Mwengi Mutuse has welcomed President William Ruto's announcement that the government has released funds to support capitation. Speaking in the Mboni area of Makueni County during the Kenya Kwanza Empowerment event to facilitate women's group, Mutuse said the funding will help schools resume learning activities smoothly when they reopen today. He said the move demonstrated that the Ruto's administration has prioritized the education sector, unlike what was witnessed in the past.
Na nataka kumshukuru rais kwa sababu hii leo ametangaza kwamba shule zikifunguliwa kesho tayari pesa ile ya capitation imetumwa kwa shule za primary, imetumwa kwa shule za JSS na imetumwa pia kwa secondary schools. Ndio kutuma pesa, unajua pale mbeleni pesa ya mashule ilikuwa inacheleweshwa. Ni Rais William Ruto ndio anatuma pesa kwa shule hata kabla shule zifunguliwe. Na hiyo ni kusaidia wazazi, na hiyo ni kusaidia watoto. Ndio Kenya watoto waweze kusoma, kwa sababu masomo ndio inasawazisha mtoto wa tajiri na mtoto wa maskini.
Opposition leaders have been urged to consult and agree on a single presidential candidate to challenge President William Ruto in the next year's general election. Speaking during the commemoration of the late former Vice President Michael Kijana Wamalwa, former Kitui Governor Charity Ngilu called on Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka, PLP leader Martha Karua, DP leader Justin Muturi, and Linda Mwananchi leader Edwin Sifuna and other opposition leaders to put the public interest ahead of personal ambitions. Ngilu warned that President Ruto could easily win the election if opposition leaders insist on running for the presidency separately.
Basi nataka tumuheshimu Mungu na tuweze kusikia.
Former cabinet minister Musikari Kombo, who was a close ally of the late Kijana Wamalwa, described him as a patriot and urged Kenyans to elect leaders who are honest and free from hypocrisy.
Yale ambayo inanihudhi kabisa ni ufisadi. Yani corruption in this country is at a level where if you are given 100, you spend 90 for your stomach and 10 you take for development. And that is a sad story. That is a sad story. Wakoh Wamalwa Kijana was one of the cleanest leaders in this country. That's why he died poor.
And 2 people have been confirmed dead following fresh clashes along the Kisii-Trans-Mara border. Scores have been injured and several farms torched as tensions escalate between the two communities. The renewed violence has disrupted transport, trade, and other essential services, leaving residents in fear. Security officials from Kisii and Narok held an emergency meeting at the border on Sunday to seek ways of restoring calm. And that's the news. I'm Sheila Tembor.
.5 SpiceFM Kisumu. Broadcasting worldwide. SpiceFM. Online, mobile, and on radio. Facebook at SpiceFM KE.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Every time he kept on saying he wants a vibrant opposition.
How does it make sense that public money has been used for anything and then they dare to sell it back to you? Why they're not giving them for free?
That's how broken we are. That's how broken we are. They are being sent home now for fees. They are going to fail to prepare. We are compromising the futures of these children.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who are initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't, let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Parliament has got powers. Let me break it down. The National Assembly can initiate an impeachment of the president.
This same National Assembly.
Yes. That's our constitution.
This is just a continuation of the previous administration, which Ruto was part of. President Uhuru himself openly said that we're losing 2 billion daily. Daily. I mean, come on. Are you saying that we don't have a central bank?
If we look at Kenya, both public-private sector, that figure is ranging between 30 to 40%, right?
I think it's clear that the government of Kenya is living beyond its means.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Baba should disown these experts and say they went there on the, because he keep on telling us that these experts just came from Dubai and he found them there already at State House looking for jobs.
Government has to has to introduce austerity measures. It's something that this government and the previous ones have not been able to do in this country. We've talked about it so many times.
And really, I think you have seen the modus operandi of William Samoei Ruto since he came in. It's just showbiz.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Hello. Angoja kwanza sema tena.
Hello?
Very good.
Yes.
How are you?
Me is good.
Good morning.
Good morning to you. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
How's your weekend?
It was all right. Oh, man. I had the longest meeting on Saturday. It took forever. God.
Why are you having meetings on Saturday?
Because we had to now go and fight and see, we are going to raise school fees. We're not going to raise school fees. We're going to have to raise school fees. Boss. You know how sometimes we talk about things here and then you think, okay, it's happening over there. The capitation that reached my daughter's school from what it was, for those, because, in most schools, not all the students receive capitation.
Yep.
There's a number of students who receive capitation for different varying degrees. Now, of those that receive capitation, and we're talking about this year, boss, it's 22,447 shillings. That's the official number that comes out.
But
5,000 shillings is held at the Ministry for Development.
Yes.
So if you should get 17,000 around there, do you know that in the last year, this school got capitation of 10,130 shillings?
10,000?
130.
Wait. How many days do we have children in school?
Hiya, people are playing Boom Tuff here.
Boom Tuff, eh?
Oh, hey.
It's important.
Boom Tuff is necessary.
Yeah.
Oh, lolo. How many days are we in school?
90 days, right?
In school?
Assuming.
No, I mean for the term.
For the term, yeah.
So a normal
times
term, it
3.
takes you about, so if first term, it will take you about 13 weeks.
13 weeks.
The longest term is second term, which is about 14, 15 weeks. No, wait, I'm lying. First term is, so you go from about January until about 13 weeks. The longest term being, and then you have 9 weeks in term 3.
Yeah.
So give or take, they're in school about 40 weeks of the year.
40 weeks. All right. Good. I'm headed somewhere.
You're going somewhere with this?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. You said they received how many? How much?
10,130. That was
10,000.
how much. And this is a national school. I mean, with quite some whatever. And they received 10,000. And mind you, the school fees has been in place for the last 18 years. That same school fees.
So basically, if you take the number of weeks and multiply it by 7, those are 280 days in school.
About so, yeah.
So if you divide 10,130, that would get the average amount per student, which comes to 36 shillings and 0.17.
Yes.
That a child is supposed to be spending a day in school.
And we were met with a very interesting thing here, because I said, the fella who was doing the breakdown for us is the BOM, the treasury, the treasurer rather, for the board of management of the school, and their job is to give you the numbers. It's not this other business of politics. And so he said, here we are, and this is the amount that we get in capitation, and we need to make sure that your girls are at the very least, let it be comfortable. I saw things in a totally different light. By the time I was leaving, I was like, okay, we have a problem, and it goes deeper than we ever imagined. So I've gone down the rabbit hole, and you were just asking me how my weekend was. My weekend was okay, thank you very much. How was your weekend?
Let me make it even worse.
Oh God, okay.
So if at all that school has 3,000 students, I've just picked
around
that
there
number.
it does actually.
So it's 3,000 students. So it is 108,535 that is supposed to feed the 3,000, deal with everything, capitation, that is tuition and everything. But
yeah. So we had to come to the resolution to say, okay, for real, how are we going to be able to do this? And you can imagine for many of us who are not able to, then what happens? You know,
we should do better, man.
The conversation, and this is interesting because Marion set this conversation up for 9 o'clock, and I was not even aware. But then looking into it later, and I was like, that's it right there.
That's it.
This conversation this morning, I can tell you what I heard and what I saw. And that's our Dear Mr. President conversation at 9 o'clock, the reality of what we are dealing with. And look, I'm sorry, I'm not going to place the blame at the doorstep of the president. No. Whereas there's a responsibility to make sure that things flow, this problem did not start with this administration.
True.
It did not, and we're going to have to look into it if you're going to fix it. Couple that with what we saw when children cannot read when they come out of all of this. Can you imagine all the stress they go through? Get there, and then you do this.
At the end of the day,
and then at the end of the day, the child cannot read.
Yeah, you cannot have a conversation. They can't do simple math.
I'm just tired, breathing. Really?
You know, so when you look at that, for me, those are the foundations that build a nation.
They are.
If your foundation is that shaky, if your foundation does not even exist, what nation exactly are you building? The house
is going to fall flat.
You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I think these are conversations that we need to start having as a country in terms of education. What is the standard of our education? The quality, how much are we investing in it? It is not just a national, it's not a conversation that is happening at the national government. It's supposed to be a national conversation where each and every single person takes part into it.
We don't want to have the hard conversations about what is really going on.
We need to.
But we need to. But the truth of the matter is that education needs to be picked apart and you just remove everything and start to put it together again. Like Humpty Dumpty.
Yeah.
Like Humpty Dumpty. By the way, Humpty Dumpty is a nursery rhyme, but it's not for children. Go and listen to what Humpty Dumpty, the nursery rhyme, is about, and you realize it's a heavy political nursery rhyme. And that's our way of saying good morning, everybody. It's the penultimate Monday of August.
Yeah.
And here we are with you. Dennis Aseto is doing okay.
I am well, actually.
Yes?
I'm doing well. Let me tell you, last week was crazy. But I think over time, you get used to popping these pills.
Yeah.
And it gets comfortable as you go. You also find ways of just addressing it. I didn't know green tea is that good.
It is. So is ginger. A knob of ginger in the side of your mouth will do wonders. I tell you. Try it. So here we are this morning, and under the weather was here, and then people were under it. Skitty is back. How are you? Very well, thanks. Marion, good morning. Blink twice for good measure. Everybody, karibuni sana. Joyline, good morning. Mutanu is somewhere. I know she is that chick. Have a conversation with Mutanu. You'll see the world in a very different light after that. Everybody, karibuni sana. Thank you for joining us in the room this morning. This is how we're starting Monday. Yes, indeed. And we're getting into it with a number of conversations. You already know what the last one is going to be, because we're going to have a conversation with dear Mr. President. And that, no mudslinging here, but this is the reality of the situation. And mind you, tomorrow is the Today is the 24th. Tomorrow is the 25th. Guess who's reporting for the first semester at the university level? Yes, 294,000 students. So this forms part of our conversation at 9 a.m. At 7 o'clock, we will be looking into what's really happening, law and politics, party registration, the whole thing, and where we are now. That social media has ramped up in the last couple of days in terms of a lot of the slinging that we see. And so we're going to have that conversation at 7 a.m. with Titus Mukhanu, who is the Linda Mwananchi Council. Party registration, what does it look like? Do you have a party? Is it coming? Do you need one? Etc., etc. So let's talk about that. And folks who are moving Linda Mwananchi way, but staying within their political parties, is it a party? Is it a coalition? What is it? What is it? The former president, I beg your pardon, what's former?
Retired president.
No, in Kiswahili.
Mstaafu.
Okay,
Rais Mstaafu.
Okay, yesterday said, look, at the end of the day, the people will decide. If they want Ruto, it's up to them. If they want Kalonzo, it's up to them. Kama wanasema wanataka Sifuna, it is okay.
Watamua.
Nini? Lakini mchunge sana, ndio nisiitwe sponsor.
Mwache maneno, staki maneno.
The memes are being created as we speak, because that's going to be fun.
Yeah.
So that's a conversation that we're going to have at 7 o'clock. And then we're going to get into it at 8 o'clock. We're looking at the big picture. What lies in store for Kenya 2027? That headline, that title, Marion, is brilliant. Because what lies in store in terms of position? But what lies in store in terms of truth or otherwise? Brilliant. I don't even know what you think you did. I don't even know I don't even think you know what you did, but you did, and it's brilliant. Karibuni sana. That's a conversation that we will have then at 8 o'clock with George Ngaira, who's a government affairs analyst and governance expert, Stella Agara. We're going to look into the big picture of 2027. That's what it looks like as we get into this morning. Karibuni sana. Kila mtu. Welcome our audience on KTN, everybody who's tuned in around terrestrial radio, Kenya, the region, and the world, and our live streams on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. Everybody, the doors are open. Let's get into the room and have this conversation. Thank you for being here with us every morning. We never take it for granted. I know sometimes it seems like we do, but we don't. That we must all be involved in discourse that is going to move us from one step to the next in a forwardly direction and not back. Sawa sawa. Welcome to The Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. We'll talk about anything and everything. Thank you for being here this morning. And now, Mr. Aseto, you will tell us where on the continent you've taken us. By the way, you know one thing I was also doing? I was watching documentaries about things in the countries of Africa. My country, Nigeria, I did not know there's so many things untold. Did you know that the world's rarest chimpanzee and gorilla are only found in Nigeria?
Yep.
Anyway, I just thought I'd share that. The rarest.
Yep.
Well, anyway, karibuni sana. Moving on, which country are you taking us to this week?
It's interesting of the things we have, but we don't know and we don't care. That's how things would just disappear because you never really paid attention to what exactly you had.
Yeah.
Kenya, Dick, we're now struggling to bring them back.
Exactly.
You know?
So that's my newest thing. I'm watching documentaries on the nations of Africa. Yeah. I get to know a little bit more about the continent.
Anyway, so the country we're in today...
let me guess. Tell us.
Northwest of Africa.
Northwest.
Bordered by Atlantic Ocean.
Oy.
The Mediterranean Sea. Algeria and Western Sahara.
Tunisia.
No.
Morocco.
Yes.
Yeah.
Capital?
Casablanca.
Rabat.
It's Rabat.
Casablanca is the largest city.
Casablanca is for playing. Rabat is for government.
The population is 38 million. And you go there, one thing that you must eat is couscous.
Yeah.
And mint tea is considered to be the Moroccan tea.
I tried the couscous in Morocco. I didn't like it.
Why?
I don't know. Maybe it was the day. Maybe it was the restaurant. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, so they also have tagines, are some of the meals that you need to have when you visit there. But I think what stands out with Morocco, if you look at the pottery that they do, you look at the designs that they have, even their tiles, look at their fabric. Gotta love it. And a lot of brass and gold as well that you get in the country. It is a monarchy ruled by Mohammed VI as we speak at the moment. But let's go to the proverb. When deeds speak, words are nothing. When deeds speak, words are nothing.
Actions speak louder than words. Yeah. Just do. There's a reason why one of the largest, most successful companies in the world has that slogan.
Yeah, just do it.
There's a reason why.
Yeah.
Just do it. And if you wear the logo, you know that you have reached a level whereby you're saying, I'm not going to talk about it. I'm just going to do it.
I'm just doing it.
How's that for a lesson?
Yeah. I mean, just do it. Just do it. You know, in Luo, they would say chaka chaka.
Pole. That one
chaka
I know.
chaka, just start.
Just start. Do it.
Just start. You want to move, you want to go to Mombasa, the first thing you need to do, get out of your house. Even if it's just walking, you're headed towards Mombasa. You know what I mean? So, education, capitation, chaka chaka, just send capitation. What will you see? Quality education. We can say a lot of things, but chaka chaka.
Just do something.
Just do something. Just do it.
My chair is misbehaving. Can you tell?
It's misbehaving.
But now,
you need to replace it?
No, I think we're okay.
You okay?
Yeah.
All right. So.
Yep. Chaka chaka.
Chaka chaka.
Yeah. Just do it.
Just do it.
Don't tell us that.
Do it.
Don't tell us that you're gonna do it.
It's the what? It's the 20.
It's the 24th of August.
Kids are going to school today.
Yep. Between today and Wednesday, children are going to school. Rent is also due. Your fridge is probably empty. So many things.
Perhaps going to work as well is a little bit difficult. Fueling your car, maintaining yourself, looking pretty and handsome is a little bit difficult. But anyway, that's where we are.
Yes, it is. So, let me say hello to you this morning. Will you tell us where you're tuned in from?
Yes.
Will you drop a line and let us know that you're fine?
Yeah.
And if you're not also, just let us know that as well, and we can at least have a word with you this morning. Yes?
Kabisa.
Yes. Thank you very much. I'm done with that. Can we move? Yes. All right. A very good morning to you. Don Sabo says, good morning to Aseto. Aseto.
Yes.
Thanks for being there to answer my random questions
Karibu
every morning
sana.
from Mwananchi. Today, why go where goons have been planted?
Let me tell you, because there's a problem. Why are you going to the problem? It is my job to give you security, but I will not give you. Just stay in your house. Avoid trouble.
Can you imagine that instead of dealing with the issue, it's like, I'm sorry, but you know what it's like? So I was in an organization once and we were having a conversation outside of the office about harassment and the need for people to be careful, rather the very threat of physical abuse, especially towards women. And the HR director of this company,
yes,
who happens to be a woman, she said, you know what? Yes, we understand that rape and abuse is out there, but you women, why do you go out at night dressed with small clothes? Don't go as though when you're getting ready to go for a bash, you think, I wonder if there'll be a rapist at the party. For crying out loud.
Maybe I need to cover myself with a duvet and a blanket, then that rapist will not touch me.
Yes, it's like, okay, will there be rapists at the bar tonight? I mean, for God's sake. This is the same thing that you're saying. Why are you going where there are goons?
Yeah. Gunistan is there. Where are you going to Gunistan? Go to Kenya.
Hey.
Allah. Yes, Don Sabo. We'll keep answering.
Breathe, Nduh. Breathe. He said, Daniel says, good morning, Spice. It's a new day, new week. Happy to see you guys and happy to see you too. Rogers Nyange says, good morning and tuning from Bidikani in Voi. Rose Grace says, good morning, and Nduh and Aseto. Hope you had a restful weekend.
I did.
Okay, good.
You?
Yes.
Okay.
We thank God for the new week. We are ready for Kenya's drama. We are here to see corruption is killing Kenya.
Wow.
Yeah, it is, unfortunately. Osena Mark. By the way, you know there's Oseno Mark and then there's Osena Emily.
Yeah.
Who swears nothing? Okay, just checking. Good morning, Spice family. Happy new week. Uhuru Kenyatta is always a free man. Yeye alienda tu Kitale na akarudi kwake. Ni sawa tu. Yes. I mean, for God's sake.
I just showed up.
Just leave my house. Yeah. Go, come back. Commemorate.
No, he actually left Ethiopia. Piga akakuja na sauti. You know, but he was there.
I mean.
And spoke it.
Yes, he did. And everybody's got their knickers in a twist because Uhuru Kenyatta opened his mouth.
Today.
Uhuru Kenyatta opened his mouth and everybody's like, oh my God, he can still speak.
He just said
Cat's not got his tongue. I mean, for God's sake.
But let me tell you, one thing about Uhuru Kenyatta, I need to know his tailor or where he gets his shots from.
Man, yo. Look, you can have a good tailor, but you gotta have style and class as well. And let's be honest, the dude got it. Peter Chiari says, good morning from Mombasa. We stress too much over a life that can end at any time. Don't forget to breathe, laugh, love. Make sure to live. I love that. Absolutely. When you can, the slightest of things, do them. Dan Stilagat says, good morning, tuned in. Good morning, Spice my week. We are on it. Simon Kibiru says, good morning, Spice family. Happy new week from Mombasa. Eagerly waiting for today's conversation. Let's get into it. Migwe Michael says, good morning, Spice team. Very good morning to you. James, hello. People may forget the gifts and tokens you gave them, but they will never forget the sacrifices you made for them. That's a hope. Lena Mwangi says, good morning, TSR, listening from Kajiado North. Happy to begin the new week with you. Acha tupeleke watoto shule leo. Happy new week. Yes. Acha warudi wamalize hii mwaka. David Mangera says, good morning, Spice FM. TSR locked in. Good morning. Maina Ndegwa says, good morning from Turkana. Very good morning to you. Leo says, splendid new week, Princess Nduh and Aseto. Thank you, sir, and to you too as well. The president, Anasema Yeye, and his CEO sponsor, the former president. The back and forth after the Shah Talk shop online is very interesting. Medics and Shah figures are conflicting. Yes. You know what? It's...
Please just read my proverb.
Okay, just do it. Then guess what? You wouldn't have to tell us that you did, because we'd see it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good. Yeah, it's true. Like that. Gakahu says, good morning. Sifuna and Gachagua seem to be sidelined by the alternative government, yet they will be the most... sequential. Ignore them, victory slips away. Oh, ignore them at your own cost is what you're saying? Okay. Sylvia Lego says, good morning, my lovely duo, Nduh and Aseto. Preparation feels productive, but it's often fear dressed up as strategy. You learn to swim by getting in the water, not by studying. Absolutely. Just do it. Get in. Start with a toe. Then graduate to a foot. Then before you know, the whole leg. And before you know it, Bob's your uncle. Collins Juma says, good morning, ambassadors of truth. Asante sana. What took Daktari to Kambani on Friday that he couldn't stay at Nairobi State House? Wasteful spending. Machakos is just here. Nova.
Nova.
Surely you can go and come back today. Today. Samuel Mwangi says, good morning, Spice team. I thank God for the brand new day. Do you realize Africa is rapidly rising with new opportunities? Yes, it is. Nigeria with Dangote refinery, Zimbabwe with lithium sulfate refining. Yes, actually, it's the case. I told you I was watching this documentary over, and we're looking at the 54 countries of Africa, and the things that you did not know. Anyway, maybe I'll be sharing some of that stuff with you guys.
Just asking the question. So the sulfur that is now the darling, everybody wants it. What happens to those who introduced heavy sanctions on Zimbabwe, the reason why Zimbabwe's economy has never recovered? How do they come back to say, please give us the sulfate?
If they're bright, they don't.
But they don't. They're not. They'll come back. They're there already. Anyway, yeah.
Okay. Tips Mukhanu says, good morning, team. The Breastfeeding Mothers Bill 2024 is through. Yes, it is. Employers can be fined up to 1 million shillings, imprisonment up to 1 year or both. New bills are through. Have a look. Essentially, you have to provide a space where breastfeeding mothers can breastfeed their children. Exactly. Or express milk. This is true. Wanda says, good morning, Nduh and Aseto from Toronto. Happy New Week. Start your Monday with a smile and watch how contagious happiness can be. True. Indeed. Fiery Red is tuned in this morning as well. A very good morning to you, Nduh and Aseto. Good morning, everybody. Last week of August. Nduh, love your blouse. Thank you, sana. Aseto sweta yako inaweza.
Asante sana.
Have a good week ahead, and to you too.
To you too.
Eric Orr says, good morning, guys. Good morning to you. Zach OK says, good morning. Spice says, happy New Week. Now, where did he go? Just disappeared like that.
Now it's like your main belief and credible sources of intelligence is the so-called fake news gutter newspaper.
Yeah, it would appear so, man. But what's going on social media is I get onto social media and it's like, oh, okay, goodbye. You know how the kid who comes into the room and then sees what's happening and goes, that's how I've been. I get in and I see what's going on and then I disappear. I was like, no, not today, Satan. Henry, good morning. Spice, Kanairo Iko Sawa. We all heard it when the name of Omwami Sifuna was mentioned. It was game over. People are the sponsor. Watu waanze kuzoea Omwami Edwin. Okay, Sawa.
Okay.
Christina says, good morning. If you come across goons or a thug somewhere, don't call police. Protect yourself because Murkomen will ask, why didn't you? Place to Mefika is an eye for an eye. We can't depend on our country. Why? Jennifer Tenny says, good morning, my beautiful duo. How was your weekend? I pray for a manageable week for all of us.
Amen.
Nyakundi Emmanuel says, good morning, Nduh and Aseto. Why is Murkomen in office? If he doesn't understand his work, and should one agree with the president in order to be a statesman? It would appear as though that's the playbook. Good morning, SpiceFM. How are you all this morning? The purported sponsor has said, not me, but unite going forward. This is Bwangi. Good morning to you. Papa Gutu says, Wololo Kogalo kupigwa kama mburukeng.
Nataska, yeah.
Oh, yeah. End of the Kenyan League's dominance. James Karaoke says, good morning. Did National Assembly Speaker just confirm that TSC letters are now issued at State House to MPs? State capture at its best.
Do these people ever listen to themselves speak?
No.
You know, it's like telling me, kutoka leo nimekupatia ile shamba, yet you have National Land Commission.
I imagine. Chezowa?
Townie.
Thank you so much, Wanda. Asante sana. Teal is the color. Yes, it is. Yeah. Christina thinks I'm going to like her couscous. You think I like your couscous? Let's talk about it.
Yeah.
Let's talk about it. Happy New Week, all, says Mutuflani. Nduh, the Emerald Princess, Ama Apple. Simon Way, who says, good morning, fellow Kenyans. It's good. Back to school. Yes, back to school. May God provide for everybody who's taking their children back to school this week. And you don't know how you're going to do it. Honestly, I am saying a prayer because this is the last term of the year and many people are in a situation where they don't know what to do. May there be a supernatural providence because you don't want to be in a situation where you can't take your children back for whatever reason. So may heaven open.
I was having a conversation with a certain parent. He chose to buy books, you know, but as at yesterday when he was going to bed, he didn't have anything to eat. Because he had to send the kid to school with textbooks and uniform and all that.
Yeah.
That's where we are.
That's the reality.
That's where we are.
And, you know, we can shout, but look, honestly, that's my heart.
Yeah, so
may there be providence.
So I was actually, you know what he told me? That thing that Mbadi was saying? Chai soda, namkate. That's exactly what he had for the night because Yes, our economy is doing well.
It's not an indicator of
Ask
the
that man.
progression of the economy.
Yeah.
I pray that there's a way, that a way will be made. That's my heart. Good morning, Nduh and Aseto. The MOE said no school buses early mornings, but today I have just seen yellow buses at 5 a.m. Do we joke too much? Look, let me tell you something. If you want to enforce one thing, can I just allow me to skip over that, because we're going to get down the slippery slope.
Yeah.
Let's pray for our country. Sifuna, have a good day, says security. Okay. Osana Emily says, good morning. The violence on social media is quite appalling at this rate. I'm telling you, it's crazy.
Yeah.
On that place, open the door with caution, because once you get in, where? Dennis Wango says, from Udaya, I'm Dennis. Another Dennis.
Yes.
Good morning to you. Slumdog Masai, love it. Says, good morning, Spice. Berlin is tuned in. A very good morning to you. Nyangi Rita says, good morning. Looking forward to another crazy Kenya. Angela Githieka says, good morning, Aseto and Princess Nduh. A happy Monday, a happy week. May God's provision abound as we go back to school. Pay rent, stock the fridge, take care of the family, the elderly, and tithe. Amen. Carol Nyambura says, good morning, everyone. Now, Apenda Sana, wishing you a blessed day ahead. Mutuflani says, Murkomen's relentless pursuit of incompetence must be studied. Like, must be a case
Need
study
to do a
somewhere.
paper.
Beatrice Omanwa says, good morning. Paulo Laka is tuned in. Martino says, Shat Zahudin is a river text. And then those boys and girls at Rivertex are doing some fantastic work.
That's just neck of my wood. I would walk from home to River.
To there?
Yeah.
Okay. Rahim Tula Omar says, Nduh, it's President Uhuru. Yes, it is. But in the statement, the way it was put, it wasn't clear who said what. That's why I had to insist on former president. Okay? Drift Session says, good morning. Happy new week. Starting in crutches, but remove Allah. Nini nilifanyika? I hope you're okay. Yeah. Sam says, good morning. Nasikia letters at TSC ziko kwa paparowa Roma. Yeah. It looks like it. I get it, Rahim Tula, but remember that in the context what I was saying is what I had. That's why I had to say former president. Samuel says, our next government must be transparent and accountable. We audit our mineral resources, our procurement procedures, visible projects, and economic prosperity. We must rise. Osana Emily says, no relationship. Okay. I love the way you are keen on your listeners, Asante Sana. Cliff Sunday says, good morning, Team Spice. Good to see you again for another hopeful week where we anticipate to have smarter conversations about responsible and accountable leadership. Indeed. Gutu Agembo's tuned in this morning. Margaret Gathoni, Ezekiel 37, 9-10 says, we need the 4 winds. Breathe, oh God. Blessed week ahead. Dan Stilagat says, Nduh, what's the color of your blouse? It's teal. Teal. It's a mix of green and blue. And Tini Meshach says, Sifuna, have a good day. Kimiak, I hope you're okay. Good morning, everybody. Karibuni Sana, thank you for joining us. Took a few minutes there to make sure we say hello to everybody as we get into it. Anybody who comes into the room later, know that tunakulove. Sana. Let's continue with conversations as we look into what's happening with the weather. Is it just me or is it slightly warmer?
Slightly warmer.
El Nino's coming.
Fell yesterday.
El Nino's coming.
Generally, the temperatures are high.
They're higher.
Yeah, I struggled yesterday.
All right. Let's take a look at what the weather's going to look like today. We'll take a look also at traffic. It's going to be heightened today because schools are getting back into motion. Then we'll come back and look into the headlines. Everybody, Karibuni Sana, good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
All right, in Nairobi this morning, we see cloudy conditions and we'll see a high of 26 and a low of 12. Looking into a partly sunny Nakuru at 15 and it's 16 and mostly cloudy into Nyeri. Mostly sunny at 13 in Eldoret and at 19 it's clear in Kisumu. 16 and mostly clear conditions in Kakamega this morning. It's 24 and mostly sunny looking into Mombasa, while at 25 it is sunny in Malindi. 18 and cloudy into Marsabit. And we take a look into Kampala where it's clear at 19 and sunny at 21 in Dar es Salaam. 11 degrees and cloudy into Johannesburg, while at 25 Lagos is partly cloudy into Monday. Clear conditions at 14 in London and it is sunny at 29 in Beijing. Sunday night is mostly clear at 23 in New York. Coming into Monday, the Big Apple will see a high of 27 and a low of 19.
Chilled Spice.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life. Traffic.
All right, a little bit busy on the Thika Superhighway this morning. We haven't seen that for a minute, but it'll take us into quite some traffic as you get through to the Kasarani area and then out towards Outer Ring. It's not too much happening right now. It's going to pick up as you then go towards the Pangani underpass. All right, and then we're already starting to see traffic build up on Lusaka Road this morning, heading out towards Joko Road and some of that towards Landis. Haile Selassie is a beehive of activity right now, and there's bumper-to-bumper action as you're trying to make your way into the CBD. It's busy on Joko Road as you come past Makadara, and so also on Gong Road is starting to build up, but it's still early. Let's see what happens as we get into the morning. Folks are getting where they need to go already, but we're likely to see that's going to clog up a little bit. Be on the safe side no matter what it be, and talk to us so we can keep things moving. SpiceFM KEONX hashtag the Situation Room.
Habari ndio hii. StarTimes tumejiamulia kukupa raha bila limit. This August, renew your monthly subscription and give your little ones a holiday packed with cartoons, imagination, adventure, and so much fun. Discover magical first discoveries on Baby TV. Enjoy Princess Doremi and Super Wings on ST Kids. Catch Fireman Sam and Thomas and Friends on Jim Jam. Step into the action with Avatar: The Last Airbender on ST Tunes. Buy the aerial decoder at only 1,399 shillings and the dish decoder at only 2,499 shillings. Get connected at any of our dealer shops countrywide. Dial *858.
Hello, I am Timima. This is Speak Live. Can we talk?
She gets everyone talking. Health, relationships.
I prefer white boys. I've only dated white men.
Telling somebody I love you is different from telling somebody I trust you.
Mimi nimejijenga, nataka mwanaume amejijenga.
I've had to cut off broke girls, especially dating them.
Money.
Less than 30% of young Africans are financially literate.
The most important asset is you. Family.
They didn't care what I did. So in a way, I just cut them off.
It will take me some time because I find myself even right now as a grown-up, distancing myself from my mother. She made me go through trauma.
There's a time I told my mother I'm not your husband.
And how did that go down with your mother?
I didn't care.
Identity. Purpose. Because one honest conversation can change everything. Real people. Real life stories. Real solutions. Speak Life with Tamiba, where culture, conversation, wellness and transformation meet. Tune in to the conversation everyone is talking about every Wednesday at 7:30 p.m. only on KTN.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay, now let's look into the headlines. And we're coming to you about 7 o'clock. On the front page of Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard, be tolerant is what's in bold there. Former President Uhuru Kenyatta has warned that attempts to disrupt opposition rallies are dragging Kenya backwards, urging politicians to seek votes peacefully and allow voters to choose their leaders freely in 2027. Speaking in Kitale at the memorial of former Vice President Kijana Wamalwa, Uhuru denied claims that he's sponsoring the opposition. Staki kuitwa a sponsor.
We must need a sponsor.
Saying Kenyans Kenyans need no one to dictate their political choices. His remarks came amid rising attacks and disruptions of opposition meetings as leaders rally around plans to field a single candidate against President William Ruto. So he just basically came out and said, you guys, stop it. Come on. Let Kenyans choose who they want to choose.
Yeah. Kenyans can make the decision.
President Ruto, and I quote, "My predecessor has an option to become a statesman and rise above politics, but he chose to climb down and become an opposition leader." End quote. Retired President Uhuru Kenyatta said, and I quote, "Stopping others from holding political meetings is taking Kenya backwards." So you're talking about up and down, we're talking about front and back.
Yeah.
If you want votes, ask for them peacefully. Even I asked for votes and was denied, but I went back and I tried again. And he's giving himself as an example there, where it's not by force. If they don't want you, they don't want you. Abi how?
You know, that statement of statesman, and I'm not attacking the president, but I just realized that we are all statesmen and women because we diligently and faithfully so pay our taxes to take care of ourselves. We've done that job. Question is, the individuals with the responsibility of making sure that the statesmanship that Kenyans have shown get return on investment. I don't know if I will lose if they're statesmen.
It's just, I think that it's so difficult for anybody to divorce what you're saying from your political ambition.
Yeah.
That if you were not trying to be the darling of the people, that there are certain things that you would not say. That's just what I think.
Yeah.
Back to school is what's on page 2. Tough term awaits parents, learners amid cash crunch. The reality of the situation is okay. So capitation for term 3, still a story right now. But let me tell you what that capitation gap, because hey, again, Marion, brilliant, Marion, brilliant.
Did that thing, yeah.
Yeah, because so capitation gap, term 1. What was expected was 11,122. What was effectively allocated was 7,952. The shortfall was 3,170. Term 2 expected 6,673. Effective allocation 5,137. A shortfall of 1,535. Term 3 expected 4,449. Allocation 3,367. A shortfall of 1,081. 2026 total expected 22,244, received 16,456. There's a shortfall of 5,787, and this is this year.
Yeah,
this is not from last year.
It's 2026.
It's 2026. Last year was even a larger gap. So this now, remember I told you I come from a meeting on Saturday. Then this is it right here.
That's it.
This is exactly it. Right,
that's why you're having those meetings.
Yeah. We were having the meetings so that they can come and tell us, see you, uncle and aunties at the Ministry of Education, they're not going to give us money. How we want to do them? We're not go come out money from your pockets, I beg, because if not, you're picking out they go school. That's just it. Do you understand anything that I said?
Why do we read the budget policy statement if it's not a guide for us to fund our critical institutions?
I don't know.
Do we
it seems
have
like a fun thing to do on the second
Thursday.
Thursday of June.
Why do we do it?
I don't know, because there's nothing else to do on the second Thursday of June. I don't know.
Because it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough term from what we are seeing here, because it's the last one. And one of the things that the BOM treasurer told us on Saturday is he said, you know what? You see this shortfall. It never comes.
Never comes, yeah.
Do you understand? Like you think, okay, maybe in January when they're sending term 1 capitation that they'll say
the new calendar.
That the last money that didn't come.
Start with the new calendar.
It doesn't happen.
How do they expect that the shortfalls were met?
They don't.
Now that we're in third term.
They don't expect, my darling.
Exactly.
They don't. They don't. Farmer accuses police boss of blocking access to his 80-acre land. Okay. There have been many calls for DI Kanja to do a lot of things. IG, rather, Kanja to do a lot of things. There's quite a lot here. University student fatally stabbed. Love triangle suspected. See,
Held out it.
Bana, if they don't love you, leave it alone. Keep saying. Can't get it. Tycoon loses 2 million salary dispute with ex-employee, so you'll just have to pay the money. Domestic tourism keeps coast hotels buzzing beyond traditional high season. Okay, I love it.
Yeah.
That if there are people who are visiting hotels that from here, I think it's great. Hospitals are urged to stock up ahead of heavy rains because it's going to be interesting. The rains are coming and they're going to be heavy, we've been told. We're going to get into a number of conversations in a couple of days about El Nino and the preparedness. Yeah. We do know that the Deputy President heads the docket for disaster mitigation, especially with El Nino. It's a special committee to deal with El Nino. So the counties are maybe hopefully getting all their ducks in a row, but we'll get into that and see what's happening. Uhuru says to Ruto, come on, don't claw back on freedoms, let opposition campaign. I mean, come on, allow them, come on, the compound is big, let everybody play on the monkey bars.
So you're also allowed.
Yeah,
let them.
The monkey bars are for everybody.
Yeah.
Church divided over calls for IG Kanja's resignation. Okay. Murkomen says, shun violent politicians. As opposed to doing something about the violence, just don't go to the party. You're like the HR who says, don't wear a short skirt in case they're rapists. Stop it. Ruto allies, Uhuru funding Sifuna to split Western vote. Okay, if he is. You know, I thought about it and I was like, okay, everybody's talking about, one thing that he's funding. Okay, so what? I thought about it, I was like, okay, is he not allowed? Is he breaking the law? Is it criminal?
Doesn't he have a right to have political
Let's just say that he was. What's the problem?
What's the problem?
I'm just asking, innocently asking a question. Migori leaders, sound war drums ahead of Linda Mwananchi tour. Ni kama nyinyi munasema hata huku Migori, it's like we don't want people to come. Nyatike MP is Tom Odege, and he says, as Nyatike people, we have made a decision to support the government, and we are not going to change. If Orengo comes with insults, we shall meet him. God in heaven. NCIC tough test as politicians defy summons. All the people that you've called. In fact, Rigathi Gachagua said yesterday he's going to America.
Niko na safari nilipanga kitambo bana. And then Duale said, he said, until that day when you summon Rigathi Gachagua, then you can summon me, Eden Duale. Kaluma also said, you have not transcribed and translated well. Please do so, then you can call me.
Yani, I'm tired. There's a guy here. You know that guy with the dreadlocks under his cap?
Yes.
Hey, he's the guy behind E-Citizen.
Oh, that guy.
Hey.
World Bank did something.
The World Bank said, excuse me, you see a ban. Ban is you. We, the ban, on top of you. We are not allowing you to operate because there's a couple of question marks. James Ayugi was the face of Kenya's digital revolution, the man whose company Webmasters Kenya built the e-citizen platform. But the World Bank last week published a decision that shattered the company's international ambitions and laid bare what investigators described as a pattern of deception beyond Kenya's borders. Dudun. Ayugi and his firm have been banned from all World Bank finance projects for 5 years after it found that they misrepresented the availability of key experts and obstructed an audit of multi-million contracts in Somalia. The sanction detailed in Sanctions Board 147 documents alleged fraud involving the World Bank. So the World Bank is like the meerkat in the desert. Said, no, our projects and you?
X. To my divorce.
Not today, Satan.
Not today. Stuck sponsor.
No. Too soon. So if you want to ask a question about why the World Bank on a global scale is banning him, and then you here in Kenya are still playing hopscotch with him, it's very good.
Remember that crime happened just next door.
Here.
Somalia.
Okay. Mimi. Standard. media.co.ke. Get a copy of the e-paper. All right.
Yeah. Real quick, let's go through the Daily Nation. Uhuru takes on Ruto. Former President Uhuru Kenyatta has said he has no interest in the presidency after serving his 2 terms, insisting Kenyans should be free to choose their leader in next year's general election without coercion. Now, doctors' killers pocketed 300,000 shillings before murder. So investigators have sought Interpol's help to track down 2 police officers on the run following the July 29th killing of Dr. Victoria Mutiso, as fresh court filings revealed the murder plot had been set in motion 3 months earlier with a 300,000 shillings down payment to the suspected killers. Money always has prints. You can just follow it and you know who sent it.
Yes, it does.
So clearly, they know already who paid. Now, Sonko is fighting with Kari.
Why again?
Because they're targeting him over 1.4 billion shillings cash deposits now. Former Nairobi Governor Mike Sonko is fighting 385 million shillings tax bill. Tax bill of 385 million shillings.
But if your bill is 385...
Over 1.4 billion shillings deposited into his bank account over 7 years while he served as MP and governor.
Okay.
Yes. President William Ruto has ruled out talks with Rigathi Gachagua. The rivalry between the former allies turned foes is shaping the 2027 contest, with President Ruto saying he cannot work with his former deputy Rigathi Gachagua. Amesema, come what may, me, my former deputy, hatuwezi, sisi ni maji na mafuta, hatuwezi mix kabisa. Forget about it. Yeah. Talk about statesmanship. and accommodating everybody.
Yep.
Now, Jacinta Motela is a regular who helped unearth Kenya's biggest scandal. So she was transferred from one department to another at CBK, but whichever office she found herself in, the staunch Catholic smoked out financial illegalities, including tax evasion, money laundering, and regulatory breaches. That's it at the Central Bank of Kenya. Pia alikuwa ana unearth shida na corruption. Yani, that time. Now with the technology and all these things, do we have anyone who's learned from her and is doing that as well? Is the question.
I just think it was interesting to just watch that documentary or that piece that she gave, and the piece on her face, in that she did the right thing when she had the opportunity. And so today, many years later, she doesn't have to hide in a hole like a rat. She's just okay.
I played ball for the country.
I did the right thing.
Yeah. Fence sitters face ODM loyalty test for party tickets. Insert is Amelia Diabo says, we have been marginalized for years. Sugarcoating it, calling the bad roads feeder roads will stop the government from prioritizing these roads. That's when there were talks of Yemen in Homa Bay County because of the route, or rather the path that the Linda Mwananchi team used. So Orange Party says fidelity is crucial for its members seeking tickets during nomination. So even now as we campaign, you can pause first of all. Siko kazi ya kufanya. Wewe kuja tu kwa campaign so that we see your fidelity and belief in the party. Nyinyi wananchi, hiyo kazi mlitupatia itangoja kidogo. Yeah. Why Gachagua won't honor NCIC summons? So, Nyandarua Senator John Medhu says the law must apply in uniformity of intent. We do not want to reach a point where we are called upon to treat NCIC as another political party in the competition. So, all they're saying is NCIC should be seen to be independent, to be fair, and not seen as a body that is perpetuating political agenda. So let's go to the other papers real quick because time is...
Okay, time is doing the thing. Okay, so let me look at the Star really quickly. Goonism, violence, worry private sector as campaigns pick up. This is the thing that you can see. You will be able to see in the morning whether the sun is going to shine or there will be an overcast. You can tell very early what the day is going to look like. It may change along the way, but then it is usually when you wake up in the morning that you say, okay, am I going to carry a jacket or an umbrella or am I going to go a little bit cool? You can tell if this is where we are at the moment. I'm not surprised that the private sector is a tad worried about what's going on. Uhuru at Malwa Memorial as Ruto was in Taveta. That's what they were doing over the weekend. Patel, why Kenya's food industry is ready for a big leap. Really? Dr. Patel, Nisawa. How Kenyans are sold to the Russian war front, it is still going on. So it seems as though one would ask then if Musalia Mudavadi's meeting with Pavlov was, eye service.
No, it was just PR exercise.
Just PR?
Yeah.
KCB, INM...
Why is it still happening?
And that they knew.
Yeah.
KCB and INM lead banking rally as the NSE stock surge on strong earnings. Okay, so well done, yay banks. And 4 suspects arrested after deaths of 18 elephants in the Amboseli as probe intensifies. Don't kill the jumbo. Come on, guys. One of the most intelligent but nicest animals, but then also it does a lot for Kenya in terms of its tourism, but in wildlife conservation surely.
So there are reports that there might be chemicals used, cyanide mostly, that is allegedly came from Tanzania, so that's being explored as well.
It must.
So it's not natural attrition, it's just somebody did that nonsense.
You can't gag me, not in a bad way or a good way. Uhuru tells Ruto as war of words escalate. Mouth sees mine. Mouth can say what I want. Money is whose? Mine. But Mimi, see sponsor. Ruto, my competitors are puppets on a payroll. Okay, and I'm going to stop there because also on the front page of the Business Daily, junk airplane crisis hits Wilson Airport operations. There's quite a number of planes that are on the ground when they should be up in the air. That's what it looks like this morning. Good morning, folks. It is 7 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the news. I'm Sheila Tembor. Former President Uhuru Kenyatta has denied allegations that he is funding the opposition to destabilize President William Ruto's government. Speaking in Kitale during the commemoration of the late former Vice President Michael Kijana Wamalwa, Kenyatta said Kenyans will decide who becomes president in the 2027 general elections from among the candidates seeking the seat.
Wananchi wana ujuzi wa kujua. Wakisema wanataka Kalonzo ni Kalonzo. Wakisema wanataka Ruto ni Ruto. Wakisema wanataka Matiang'i ni Matiang'i. Wakisema wanataka Sifuna, Sifuna. Jamani, chungeni. Mimi sitaki kuitwa sponsor bana. Mimi sitaki mambo mingi. Mimi nimesema ya kwamba chaguo ni la nani, na hakuna haja ya kulazimisha Mkenya yeyote kwenda upande huu au upande huu.
Kenyatta also defended Kenya's democracy and condemned the use of unruly youths to disrupt political rallies, including those in Homa Bay.
Kijana wa Malwa na viongozi ambao wameketi nyuma yangu, wakina Charity, wakina Martha Karua na wengine, walijitolea kwa hali na mali kupigania demokrasia ya taifa letu, uhuru wa Wakenya, kuwa wana haki ya kujichagulia viongozi wanaopenda. Na mimi niko hapa siku ya leo kusimamia hiyo haki. Hakuna mtu yeyote ambaye anaweza kutoa hiyo haki ambaye ilipiganiwa na jasho na damu aseme sasa ati hatuna haki ya kusimama pahali popote ambapo mtu anataka.
President William Ruto has renewed his criticism of opposition leaders, accusing them of lacking clear policies and plans to govern the country. Ruto also accused some opposition politicians of promoting tribal politics while alleging that others are backed by vested interest.
Hawa watu wako chini tu sana. Wako chini sana. Na unajua hawa watu ni wakupangwa. Hawa watu ni wakukodeshwa. Hawa watu ni wakutumwa. Hawa watu ni wakulipwa. Wameambiwa endeni tu mpinge ile kila kitu William Ruto anafanya. Enda pinga housing, enda pinga sijui, enda pinga SHA. Yule mwenye kuwatuma hajawaeleza mkipinga hiyo William Ruto anafanya yenu ni gani? You have no alternative. Kazi yenu ni kupinga. Alafu mnatafuta uongozi. Mnatafuta uongozi ya kupinga. Na maendeleo ya Kenya itasukuma na nani?
4 suspects arrested over the deaths of 18 elephants in the Amboseli ecosystem are expected to be arraigned in court as investigations continue into possible poisoning. The elephants died between 24th June and 24th July, with cases reported in Amboseli National Park, Kimana Sanctuary, Kitenden and Mutikanju Kuku Ranch. Preliminary laboratory findings point to possible poisoning, with earlier indications suggesting cyanide contamination from pesticides treated tomatoes sourced from farms bordering wildlife habitats. Investigators have also recovered various chemicals in Tikondo Kimana, which have been submitted for further analysis. The government says anyone found responsible for the deaths will face legal actions, while efforts are being intensified to strengthen wildlife surveillance, investigation and protection in vulnerable areas. And that's the news. I'm Sheila Tembur.
Spice FM, Nakuru.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Every time he kept on saying he wants a vibrant opposition.
How does it make sense that public money has been used already and then they dare to sell it back to you? Why they're not giving them for free?
That's how broken we are. That's how broken we are.
They are being sent home now for fees. They're going to fail to prepare. We are compromising the futures of these children.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
You have land, Dennis. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it. If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around.
Yeah,
Why don't tell me what is
So
this?
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
A very good morning to you at 7 minutes after 7 o'clock on the 24th of August. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation on this Monday, the penultimate Monday of August. And we get into maybe an explanatory conversation this hour, because it's for people to really understand what is going on. So coming in over the weekend, and I'm just going to register my wish once again, that hope everyone will be able to provide for their children as you go back to school this week. That wherever there is a shortfall, that it will be filled. So karibuni sana as we get into this conversation. We start off our conversation this morning at 7 o'clock with one around, registrations and parties and whether it's a coalition or not. It's gotten a lot of attention. Titus Mukhanu is the Mwananchi Council and joins us in the hot seat of the Situation Room this morning for us to look into issues around the law and politics, party registration and security accountability. Good morning, Wakili.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
Welcome to the hot seat of the Situation Room.
I appreciate your invitation. Thank you to our viewers.
So we're going to get into a couple of things just to be able to get some understanding, and we'll discuss further and see what it all means. But before we do that, you may or may not know, we go around the African continent every week. We come back from a different country. We come back with a lot of things, knowledge, information, and they're proverbs. Dennis will share the proverb. We'd love to get your interpretation of it.
So today we are in Morocco. You think about Morocco, about capital Casablanca, the largest city. So they say Casablanca, you go see the good things. You want to party, you go to Casablanca. Rabat is the capital. Serious things happen there. But you visit there, make sure you order couscous. And some mint tea, which is considered to be the Moroccan tea associated with them. While tunasema huku kwetu, we are the originators of chai ya kawaida black tea. Wao ni mint tea. But the proverb, when deeds speak, words are nothing. When deeds speak, words are nothing. How would you interpret it?
Obviously, it's something that more than often we've come across it, and where it is always said that actions speak louder than words. Basically, it's an adage that simply means the actions of someone speak to what they think and what they fathom more than what they say. A good example is, you will see a lot of leaders in this country saying that we want to end tribalism. We have to ensure that we move the entire country together.
But when they make those public appointments, they appoint entirely 80% of the people from their tribe. So that is a good example of when deed speaks, words do not have any place in such an environment. That is how I'll understand and interpret that adage.
Yeah, well interpreted. Well interpreted.
Okay, so let's get the elephant out of the room if possible, or at the very least start to chip away at it. Is Linda Mwananchi a party, and has it been registered as such?
Straight into it, Linda Mwananchi is still a movement.
Okay.
We are in the process of having it registered.
Okay.
Yeah, so that is basically what is happening, and our viewers need, and our supporters, our followers, and our members need to understand that the legal process is still ongoing because as of the 7th of this month, there was a communication that was made from the registrar of political parties informing us that they are not going to allow us to have that name.
And why was that?
There are certain number of reasons that they have given, even though I will not want to divulge so much because we need to make our followers, our viewers, and also our supporters understand that right after we received that response, we did challenge the process, and the process is now at the tribunal. We are expecting to get a reprieve as soon as possible. And we want to assure our supporters and our members that white smoke is coming out very soon because we have put all the necessary reasons and grounds that point to the fact that there is absolutely no reason whatsoever for the registrar of political parties not to give us the name.
Okay.
So the position is on course, the movement is on course, and the name and the party is coming out very soon. Just the same way our flag bearer and our leader, Honorable Edwin Sifuna, announced while in Kakamega attending the burial of the wife to the senator of that place. He indicated very expressly that the party is coming, and that is the position.
Was the name secured by anyone else?
No, the name has not been secured by anyone else.
Okay.
And after Linda Mwananchi, our faction moved in to reserve the name, it was rejected on reasons that do not hold any position in law, and that's why we moved to the tribunal to challenge the process.
Okay.
Yes.
I mean, if you look at Kenya, over 90 political parties as we speak at the moment, and all those political parties we speak about have gone through the registration process at the registrar of political parties. Everyone has followed that process. So from what you deduce as a legal mind, what could be the underlying factors? What could be the force that is stopping Linda Mwananchi from being a political party?
Obviously, the whole process, I can say, as it stands, there is no legal impediment as to why Linda Mwananchi movement should not be registered as a party. As regards the law, if you go through the Political Parties Act and the rules that have been adumbrated therein, there is absolutely no reason why Linda Mwananchi movement should not be a political party today.
Okay.
The reason why Linda Mwananchi is facing all these headwinds and hurdles is basically because of political reasons. There is a feeling that Linda Mwananchi has gained the traction that nobody expected, and it's ruffling some feathers the wrong way. Remember, Linda Mwananchi was a product of the violations that were happening within ODM. The ODM was riddled with a lot of dictatorship. There was a feeling that ODM is not going as per the script of its original founders and the reason why ODM came to be in the first place. So that dissenting voice is what led to Linda Mwananchi. You remember there was also something else called Linda Ground. So, and when there was Linda Ground and Linda Mwananchi, people were watching, and over time and in the fullness of time, you have seen that the real position of ODM, the believers and the and the spirit of Raila Amolo Odinga is with Linda Mwananchi. And you can see now Linda ground has fizzled out and Linda Mwananchi has remained. So the popularity that Linda Mwananchi has gained because of what it stands for, because it speaks to the hearts of Kenyans. It carries the aspirations of Kenyans. If you talk about the respect of the rule of law and the constitution, if you speak about, taking back our country to the rails of good governance, and good policy, that is where you can find Linda Mwananchi. So it has gained a lot of popularity, and that has ruffled some feathers in the wrong way. That is basically the reason why we are facing all these hurdles, because there is apprehension that if Linda Mwananchi culminates now into a political party, there is nothing that is going to stop it from forming the next government. Yeah.
According to the law, which one would assume is upheld by everybody who then is domiciled in this country, what would the law say? What does the law say about registration of parties? Can anybody at any time register a party if it falls under the Political Parties Act? Go ahead and register, should not be any issues.
Yeah, basically, the registration of political parties in Kenya is regulated, first of all, by the Constitution of Kenya. And it's a requirement that any person or an association of persons can register a political party for as long as it complies with Article 91 of the Kenyan Constitution. And the operationalization of that article has now been handed down under the Political Parties Act of Kenya, which basically provides that before you register a party, you must first reserve a name, a symbol, and a slogan. So once you make that intention very clearly and by way of a name and by way of an official letter to the Registrar of Political Parties, the Registrar of Political Parties has 14 days to communicate back to the applicant, informing them of whether the name, the slogan, and the symbol is available for registration. Now, once that happens, and assuming that the applicant is now notified that that name is available, they will have 90 days within which now to proceed and process provisional registration of that political party. All right? Now, once there are certain things that an applicant has to comply with under Section 5 and 6 of the Political Parties Act in terms of registration after the name has been declared to be available. Among the things that an applicant needs to submit is, first of all, within the 90 days, is the slogan, the symbol, the constitution of the supposed party, the minutes of the first meeting of the founding members, a list of the members, the statement of ideology of the particular party that they want to, they want to register, an undertaking by the applicants of their intention to be bound by the Political Parties Act and the Code of Conduct as provided by the political party, together with a prescribed fee. So those are the requirements that one will require to submit at the stage of provisional registration. Yes. So there are other steps before you get to full registration, but basically, in a nutshell, that is the interim process that one will be required to undertake.
So lawfully, with all of those requirements and the prerequisites then having been met, should there be any reason why the Registrar of Political Parties would deny an application?
Yes, under Section 8, there are certain reasons that can guarantee a Registrar of Political Parties to decline either reserving or allocating or making available an application for registration. Among the things is that when you make an application, it should be that the name, the symbol, or the slogan should not be deceptively similar to an existing, registered political party. The reason for that is very simple: to avoid causing confusion. So basically, the name that you're proposing, the signal, the symbol, and the slogan should not be similar to that of an existing political party. The other reason why a political party can be declined is if that proposed political party or name offends public interest. And when it comes to offending public interest, you must demonstrate certain things. The registrar of political parties must go ahead and demonstrate how public interest has been infringed or violated. For example, if you form, your intention is to form a political party that, advances tribalism or, professes, marginalization of certain groupings within the Republic of Kenya. It offends the public good. It is meant to promote violence. It is meant to promote, corruption. Those are the things that can be categorized under public interest. So those are amongst the main reasons under Section 7 and the circumstances under which an application for registration of a political party can be declined.
So you look at all the provisions that you've given in terms of under what circumstances can one be denied an opportunity to register. But that notwithstanding, then we see Linda Mwananchi still going about their business as usual, speaking to Kenyans across the country with the hope that then the tribunal would rule. So what happens if the tribunal as well rules against the registration?
If the tribunal rules against our appeal, then we still have a second and third bite towards challenging that decision. We will then have a right to approach the High Court and challenge the decision of the tribunal on matters of fact and the law only. And even if the High Court still does not agree with us, or it still affirms the decision of the registrar of political parties not to grant us our name and party, we will still have a right to approach the Court of Appeal, even though just on points of law. So we still have like two chances in the event that the PPDT, that is the Political Parties Tribunal, declines to grant us our wish of registering our movement's name, that is Linda Mwananchi.
But you see, when you talk about political parties, I mean, time is something of essence because we equally live in this country and the time taken through the judicial system. So then, whereas the delay is happening, what does that do then to the planning of political party? Because if you want to have a presidential candidate as well, there are different things that you have to do. You must be have your members 24, 25 offices across the country. These are things that you can only do once you've secured, once you've registered and you have the name. So what is this delay then doing to the preparation of the party in readiness for 2027?
Obviously, the delay tends to hamper our organization. That is something that we have to admit very clearly. But as communicated through the channels of Linda Mwananchi before, it has been communicated to our members that the most imperative thing that we really need to do is to secure the name. Once the name has been secured, we've got so many options that are sitting on us on the table. Because ideally, it's accepted across the board that today in Kenya, it's highly unlikely that a single party can proceed to elections and win elections on its own. There are pre- and post-election coalitions that must be entered with by any political party given in any given time. And that's a reality that is happening on the ground. That's why you see we are, as Linda Mwananchi, we are very unequivocal and we are coalescing around the united opposition. And that's why we are speaking in a very progressive manner towards all the members that are in the united opposition. We are saying that at an opportune time, we will be able to persuade the members of the united opposition to join hands with us so that we proceed and by God's grace, make this administration a one-term administration.
Is there a timeline when you talk about registering a party, especially now that you're approaching 2027? And what's the cutoff date?
First of all, the settlement of a political party's dispute as required by the Act, such as the one that Linda Mwananchi has now found itself, it's supposed to be processed and concluded within 3 months. Given the timelines that we are looking at, we are not late. We are able to conclude. And remember, the matter that is now proceeding before the Political Parties Tribunal has been filed under certificate of urgency. Given the urgency that we have, it is imperative upon the tribunal to process it as soon as possible. And when we are talking about the urgency that we have, it will not be surprised that if we conclude this matter within the next 2 weeks.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, whereas it's difficult to separate issues of whatever nature from the political aspects of things, especially within the arena that Kenya is currently playing, it might be necessary to then look at what the law says. That should be, not can be or might be, should be.
Ought to be
the guiding principle in anything that's done.
Correct.
Now, as individuals who formed Linda Mwananchi,
yes,
have largely come from ODM. There are others who have come along the line and joined the movement.
Correct.
So, do these individuals, from Edwin Sifuna to Karoli Omondi to anybody else, James Orengo,
Babu,
do they still remain ODM members before Linda Mwananchi has been registered? Or in what capacity now do they operate, knowing full well that the political party system is the modus operandi for Kenya?
Now, what I will say is that the issue of our principals declaring whether they are still members of political parties, of ODM, or whatever the other political, units that they have previously belonged to, those are matters that are very personal.
Okay.
Because remember, in this country, we've got something called the data protection law.
Indeed.
So until and when we get official communications from each one of them to say that I am no longer a member of ODM, it becomes very difficult for a person like me as a legal counsel for Linda Mwananchi to speak to those matters.
Fair enough.
Yes.
And I get that.
Yes.
What I'm asking is,
yes,
can they operate, and I'm not even talking about their personal, where they are.
Correct.
But within, anybody can come at you and say, you're in no man's land here. Because are you here or are you here? What legally, how are you able to operate legally whereby you may be in a party, you're waiting for something to happen? Is there this period where you're kind of allowed to be in limbo?
Now, the law says that the only express way that someone can be deemed to have left, for instance, ODM. Okay, of course, we as the founders and the originators of Linda Mwananchi, and most of our members having been previously belonged to ODM, they all agree that ODM is dead.
Okay.
Politically, it's dead, and we are basically giving it its final burial rights. It's not going to be resuscitated. In fact, even the remnants, and the ruins that have remained in ODM have confirmed that they are not going to field any presidential candidate in 2027.
Okay.
So that's a clear confirmation that is a party that as soon as Baba died and he left us, that party has been auctioned by the people, the very people who are supposed to, engender the visions that Baba stood for. But as it stands, that is a confirmation that has come from them. So if a confirmation of such nature has come from most of the members that belonged to the party, it becomes very unstrategic for any person who wants to occupy any political space to continue remaining in a political party that is dead.
Yeah.
Ideally, for one to confirm that someone has left a political party, any person will be deemed to have left a political party once they officially resign.
Okay.
But that does not preclude someone who intends to leave a political party that is dead from planning for the future. And the planning of the future means coalescing around and coming up with a movement like Linda Mwananchi that will then progress the very foundation that once belonged to ODM.
But one
so that is basically what is happening.
But one asks the question, if you look at, let's talk about Sifuna, Karoli Omondi and Babu Owino being, and James Orengo being the front runners in Linda Mwananchi movement.
Precisely.
So under the political parties, does it stop, say, these members who are in ODM from registering another party? Does the law stop them?
No,
from registering?
There's nothing like... you remember, if you read section 4, it simply says any person, organization, or an association of persons can register a political party in Kenya. It does not say that if you are currently a member of another political party, you are precluded from registering another political party. So that is how the law comes.
But how do you read that with the fact that under the Political Parties Act, or rather the party constitution that these individuals do fall in, there are express orders that tell them the moment you start associating with another movement or another party, then you are deemed to have been misbehaving in these political outfits that you belong to. So I'm just asking, whereas there is the section that you've quoted, what happens to the party constitution that then precludes what happens to an individual who is in a party?
Correct. You know, the political parties has to be read in context.
Yes.
And it has to be read in conclusiveness, you know, as an entirety, as an entire document. Section 14 does preclude, dual membership of parties. That an individual cannot belong to one or more than one political party at the same time. But then again, you realize that at any given point, such an accusation has been mounted against someone who is perceived to be progressing the ideas of another political party, whereas they belong to one political party. Such an individual has to be given a right to be heard. So it is until that process is exhausted that one will be deemed to have either left the political party that they currently belong to, or it will be deemed that he is now officially progressing the ideologies of another political party. So it is something like a trial, a hearing that has to be conducted. And that accused person has to be given a fair hearing. The moment you do not give them an opportunity to come and, clarify why they are engaging in that, then it becomes different, and you can't deem that this person belongs to, 2 or 3 political parties. So it's very crucial that that happens. And if you don't do that, then you cannot deem that this person is actually engaging in activities that can be deemed as such as contemplated.
All right.
Okay. He's a counsel for Linda Mwananchi. Titus Mukhanu is with us.
Titus
Mukhanu, I beg your pardon.
But for those ones who can't pronounce the name well, if you're not a lawyer, you can simply say Barasa.
Okay.
Another Barasa. Okay. Yes. Well, look, apologies for that, Titus Mukhanu. He's with us this morning. We're going to take a break and come back and continue this, because then looking forward into who can be held responsible in this time of limbo, whereby somebody would ask which entity then now brings a complaint. Important, I think. Let's come back and talk about that when we come back to this conversation. We're taking an outlook into what's going on with Linda Mwananchi. Has it been registered? What's going on into this conversation? We'll continue when we come back. Stay with us.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
Okay, it is a busy morning, and we can see that already playing out in different parts of the city today. And coming in on the Thika Superhighway, it's heavy with traffic. It's coming in all the way from that Waweru junction. We'll cross over from the Outer Ring junction and then through towards the Pangani underpass past Survey into the CBD. I mean, take a look at what's coming off of Mombasa Road, heavy traffic. And it's also heavy coming off of Jogoo Road through towards Landis. In and outbound traffic on Lusaka Road is then building as it makes its way through towards Landis. Of course, we know that the station there is going to take quite a lot, and folks are going all over the country today as children are going back to school. So we expect heightened levels of traffic today through this week. Actually, and so inbound traffic to the CBD will be quite something. We're going to keep an eye on all of it. Help us to keep it moving. Let's talk SpiceFM KE on X. #TheSituationRoom.
Ebola virus disease is a severe and often deadly illness. With outbreaks reported in neighboring countries, we all need to stay alert. Ebola spreads through direct contact with the body fluids of an infected person or by touching contaminated clothing, bedding, utensils, needles, and other surfaces. It can also spread through contact with the body of someone who has died from Ebola. Watch out for symptoms such as fever, severe headache, muscle pain, diarrhea, vomiting, or unexplained bleeding. If you or someone you know develops these symptoms, especially after traveling to affected countries, immediately self-isolate and call 719 or seek medical care. Protect yourself by washing your hands regularly with soap and running water or using a 70% alcohol-based hand sanitizer. Avoid contact with bodily fluids like vomiters, diarrhea at cough, a suspected or infected Ebola patient. If caring for a suspected case, wear appropriate protective equipment and call healthcare providers immediately for assistance. Avoid travel to areas experiencing Ebola outbreaks. If you have traveled recently from an affected area, monitor your health for 21 days and report any symptoms immediately. Avoid eating or handling bushmeat from live or dead wild animals such as bats, monkeys, antelopes, and porcupines. Remember, people affected by Ebola deserve compassion and care, not stigma. Stop spreading rumors and always rely on verified information from the Ministry of Health. For more information, dial *719#, call 719, chat with Jali on WhatsApp at 0700-719-719 or visit www.health.go.ke. Stay informed, stay safe. Together, we can stop Ebola. This message is brought to you from the Ministry of Health, KNPHI, and partners.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Our conversations continue this morning at 24 minutes to 8 o'clock, and we're still looking with the Mwananchi Council, Titus Mukhanu, and we're looking into what could be, understanding what the law says, and then trying to operate, if possible, within the confines of the law, and understanding that it will be peppered here and there by politics. Now, let's understand that as Mwananchi continues waiting for its registration, that there's a lot of political activity going on. Yeah. And unfortunately, there is a lot of conflict already, even before you get into campaign proper. Okay. What happens and who can hold whom responsible as an entity, as an individual, if something goes wrong? Kind of like what we saw in Homa Bay. The Mwananchi team also wants to go to Migori County. Yes. And already the warning bells are already clanging to say, if you come, it's at your own. The CS Interior has asked questions about, why would you go to a place where there are goons? Why would you take yourself there?
Very absurd.
We are warning you.
Very absurd.
You know, all of these conversations are happening simultaneously. So how then can action be taken for which an entity has not been yet recognized and or held, with all of these things happening?
No. The way I understand your question is that given the environment that we've witnessed before, the violence and so on, who is supposed to be held responsible?
Yes.
First of all, in this country, we've got a constitution which regulates and guarantees, political rights. And it's very clear, and make no mistake, there's no confusion. Okay. Every person in this country is allowed to exercise their political rights as given by the Constitution. The only way those rights can be curtailed is if those rights infringe on other people's rights. Yeah. Now, when Mwananchi expresses itself that it wishes to visit Migori County, it wishes to visit Homa Bay County, and we have served our notices to the relevant authorities. The relevant authorities being the OCS and the the police officers that have been given the mandate to command and enforce law and order in those regions. And remember, we just need to notify them. It is not even the police to approve our intention to have our political activities.
Right.
We simply need to notify them.
Yeah.
And it is the responsibility of the law enforcement agencies, starting with the National Police Service, to ensure that law and order is maintained. They are supposed to ensure that nobody interrupts our political activities, and those ones that are participating in our political activities are not interrupting with the business and the activities of other Kenyans who may not wish to be part and parcel of our activities. So when we hear the CS of Interior saying that if you intend to conduct political activities in a certain area, and in this case he was making reference to Homa Bay, that they informed us that they've got information that goons have already been organized themselves. It speaks to the incompetence of that CS, because number one, the role of the Ministry of Interior is to ensure that it brings on board all the law enforcement agencies and there is law and order in this country. Law and order in the sense that when they receive information that there's a particular criminal gang that has organized itself in the name of goons, they are supposed to act through the National Police Service, arrest those people. Because when he says that they received information that there are goons in Homa Bay, it means he knows these goons. It means he knows the people who organize these goons. It means he knows the people who are financing and moving these goons and giving them the weapons and the ammunitions. So they're supposed to arrest these people.
Allow me to interject.
Yes.
Just for purposes of information.
Yes.
With this, what he's saying, did he, in fact, to the best of your knowledge, inform the Linda Mwananchi team that they had received intelligence that there were goons in Homa Bay?
We received that information after the harm had already taken place. So he's trying to be clever. And this is it's not the first time that we are seeing the CS trying to be clever. Even though we know how he has conducted himself, he has exhibited a lot of incompetence. Because if you have such kind of information, and I believe that he consumes raw intelligence, it is even on record that he says he knows where most of these politicians sleep. He has said it. He has said it. So he has got an array of information. What the CS ought to have done is to ensure that these people who are trying to interfere with the Linda Mwananchi political activities are arrested, and not just arrested, processed and taken to court, because they have the evidence. And this confirms now, today, that if the government today wants to crack down goons, it can do it because they have the information and they have the evidence. So this speaks to how low our government has sunk in ensuring that they do not protect the civil and the political rights of any Kenyans who want to participate and conduct their activities. And when I look at these things, it is not by accident. It is very deliberate. It is very deliberate to the extent that they want to ensure that all manner of distractions are put in place so that they dissuade Linda Mwananchi, because they know that Linda Mwananchi is very popular. It speaks to the hearts of Kenyans, and that's where every Kenyan wants to go. And if they let us conduct our activities in peace, we are going to persuade all Kenyans and we are going to form the next government. That is what they are afraid of.
Are you concerned about the fact that, like you've just mentioned, the role of the security agencies in the country? So you have the cabinet secretary, you have the IG who's independent, and the other institutions under IG. So you talk about information that they had, that would mean NIS had shared this information and they should have acted on it, right? But you look at Linda Mwananchi rallies that have been there before, there have been numerous attacks. There has been an incident where tear gas was thrown, and the leaders are like, we're not running away this time around, we are here to continue. What do you read about the independent institutions that we do have, whether it is IPOA looking at failure of police to do their job, individuals in Homa Bay County, OCS, OCPD, because those are individuals supposed to ensure that anyone who's passing through Homa Bay or living in Homa Bay is secure. Are those directions that perhaps you're following in terms of personal responsibility?
Now, you know, these institutions and systems in any government or environment are always meant to work. But the occupiers of the offices in these institutions and systems are the ones who are always used deliberately or inadvertently to ensure that systems don't work. If you look at the office of the IPOA, it has got very good laws, it has got a very good legal framework, but it doesn't work. Have you ever asked yourself how? It's because the people who have been appointed are appointed in a manner that is preposterous. They are appointed to serve the masters who appoint them. And that is, you even saw recently, there is someone who is supposed to take over the reins of IPOA.
Yep.
And I know that gentleman. His vetting went to Parliament.
Yes, it did.
And our spokesperson of Mwananchi took him to pains to explain how he was able to acquire his law degree. So already you can see his credentials are tainted. And unfortunately, governments, particularly this government, it has got a penchant of appointing people with skeletons. I think for obvious reasons, so that they can manipulate them the way they want, so that these people can be advised how to work. You know, we've been told that this government has hired so many advisors, and this government hires advisors and advises those advisors to advise it. So clearly, this is a replica of what's happening. But most importantly, these institutions need to rise up before partisan politics. They're supposed to understand that they're here to serve Kenyans, and tomorrow the people holding the reins of power today may not be there. And we are telling Kenyans that all these atrocities that are being meted out against our supporters, our members, and any other Kenyan who belongs to any political faction, we are documenting them. And as soon as government changes hands, these people who are perpetrating these, atrocities are going to be brought to book, because that is the fresh start that Kenyans are expecting. That we need to reset this country to respect the rule of law and the constitution, because it cannot be business as usual that we want to reset our country onto the new path that Kenyans have envisioned, and yet we try to overlook some of these things. So we have to communicate it very expressly and very unequivocally to the perpetrators and these people who are sitting in these offices, either deliberately or inadvertently, superintending commissions and omissions that are eventually, meting out a lot of atrocities on Kenyans, that we are not going to allow them in the new dispensation. They're going to be brought to justice. Yes.
There are a number of the principals of Linda Mwananchi who serve currently in government.
Correct.
As senators, as members of parliament, sitting members of parliament, who sit in committees, who do certain work. Who, interestingly enough, just over the last couple of weeks, even well before this, I believe one of the first individuals to have been dropped from a committee was Caroli Omondi, and this was months ago. And
Senator Sifuna has
been dropped and put in another one.
He's been taken to the Agriculture Committee, thinking that it's a demotion. But he's found a new place, and Kenyans have followed him there.
And they're not the only ones. A number of moves have happened. Correct. From
Ososi has also been dropped.
Absolutely. Do you? I mean, it's almost so obvious. It's a big animal sitting in the room staring at us. But, because we just have to put it out there and ask, is this connected in any way? And number one, lawfully so, to the politics of the day that we see?
Obviously it is. And the sad thing is that ideally in a working society, simply because you've expressed your dissenting view, you're not supposed to be punished for it. You're not supposed to be removed in a committee where you are discharging your duties and mandated effectively and competently. Look, for instance, Senator Sifuna. He has been in the Public Accounts Committee of the Senate, and together with others, they have been doing a very good job trying to bring governors to book to answer to the monies that Kenyans are giving them. But because of his political, differences with certain ranks in the, in the arrangement of the government, he has been dropped. So in a working society, that ought not to have been the place, not to have been happened. But because the current setup of our parliament is such to an extent that today, and without having kind words, parliament is an appendage of the executive.
Yeah.
That's why you see crucial bills, for example, the finance bill, a majority of the members of parliament do not even bother, discussing and critically analyzing every issue. They simply wait for the time to vote. It's been said that a majority of these people are under capture and they are used as puppets. They are voting machines. They are like vending machines, and that's why there is need, and that is the proposition that. That Linda Mwananchi proposes to Kenyans, that we need to do an overhaul of Parliament and the Senate. We need to remove most of these people who do not understand why they were elected. If Parliament and Senate was working, the principals and the members of Parliament and the senators that are sitting in Linda Mwananchi will not have been removed from the position they are serving simply because they have expressed their dissenting views, because it will require a certain threshold to be met before they are removed. But because these people, receive phone calls from State House, that is exactly what is happening. So it is political witch hunt. There is no meritocracy there. There is no rule of law. There is no competence that we can see in how these people are being removed.
Because, Okili, you look at mature democracies. We have those who support government, there are those who oppose government, and there are those who have been elected within those parties that have formed government that still oppose what government is doing. And it is all hands on deck, including those who are opposing, those who are criticizing, to ensure that a country becomes better. Now, when you look at a situation where many have been turned to be puppet masters, rather they've allowed themselves to be the puppets, right? One asks the question, what's the bigger picture then in terms of making Kenya's politics and democracy work, where everybody's allowed to speak, and that should not be taken to mean that you are against the government, but correcting the government for the betterment of the people?
Yeah, the only way we are going to reroute our, nature of politics and how the mechanics of politics are going to work for the benefit of people is that we need to get and elect people with integrity. We need to move away from this trend of electing charlatans and criminals into parliament. It's on record. For example, there's a certain county I wouldn't want to mention, but I think you've heard that in the whole county, all the MPs, it's only out of about 7 MPs, only one has a degree.
He might know the county.
I might know the county.
Yes, there's a county.
Yes.
That out of the 7 MPs elected in that county, only one has a degree. So when you have all these charlatans getting into parliament, you will not expect that they are going to discharge their mandate competently, because in parliament you are expected to read the Hansard, you are expected to draft bills, you are expected to bring motions. So someone who has not gone to school well, it becomes impossible. Someone who is corrupt, when they get themselves into parliament, that person cannot work, because the government of the day can easily manipulate that person by simply pulling out his file and telling him that if you continue with this direction that you're taking, we are going to reactivate, your file, and you're going to find yourself in court taking plea. So that is how our competence in this institution has been watered down. So the beginning point is to ensure that as we move towards 2027, Kenyans need to interrogate. They need to, seriously check the person they're trying to elect into these offices. Because when you get people who have gone to school and people who are beyond reproach, it becomes very difficult for the government of the day to manipulate such kind of leaders. It becomes difficult for the government of the day to capture parliament when you have those kind of leaders in parliament, and they will definitely exercise their independence mind, and we are going to see competence, and we are going to actually have space for diverse views.
One would challenge what it is you're saying, because at the moment, as we look at the political space, especially within Linda Mwananchi, everybody that has been in government before, those that are considered to be charlatans and incompetent individuals, as according to Kenyans, are seen to be associating with Linda Mwananchi. So even as you spread the gospel of we need to clean this house, bring in people who will not be used, people who will stick to the rule of law, one is asking the question, but the people you associate with are the very same people that Kenyans have a concern.
You know, first of all, I will want you to tell us some of those people that are considered to be charlatans. I don't know who they are, but I'll give you a good example of a person that it is known, someone who is incompetent and someone who has not gone to school. Aisha Jumwa, and I will not even mince my words, you know, she tried to come to Linda Mwananchi, and everybody in Linda Mwananchi was against it.
But
the
not,
young people were against it because they were saying,
but not SCs or
they were saying that when this government was perpetrating mayhem against Kenyans, she stood with the perpetrator of this mayhem. Kenyans were telling us that this is a person who, according to, you know, the basic, you know, ingredients of competence, she does not meet the test. Kenyans were telling us that in the free and compulsory education system that Linda Mwananchi is propagating, she's supposed to be a beneficiary come next year. So how do you want to bring on board such people and say that these are the people who are going to, you know, emancipate Kenyans, and people refuse? So the point I'm trying to say is that, of course, we cannot restrict each and every principle from relating with some of these riffraffs. But as a policy, we have made it very clear that we want to bring on board people who are competent, people who are decent, people who are, you know, beyond reproach, so that as we spread the gospel of resetting Kenya, we can, you know, we can motivate Kenyans, and we can actually give you know, a role model in terms of the institution. So this is exactly the position that we are saying. This is exactly the position that we're saying. But if you tell us some of those people, after I leave studio, I will process it through our ranks and say that Kenyans are saying, this person should not be here, this person is there. And by the way, we welcome public participation and opinion. And you see, our leader, Edwin Sifuna, has said it very clear that we need to reset this country where we respect the Constitution and the rule of law. Everything, when you respect the Constitution, the economy of this country will be governed well. The money that is supposed to go to the counties will go well. You know, even the shiny things will be built based on proper, transparent procurement processes. So basically, that is what we are saying.
We can't have this conversation without looking at what happened over the weekend last week.
Yes.
And
that is in Homa Bay.
Yes, in Homa Bay.
Obviously.
Now, no matter what political side that you're on, that humanity demands that you have an iota of consideration.
Correct.
That the violence that took place, we saw a lot on TV, but what we're told a few days after was horrible in terms of what happened to human beings.
Correct.
And I'm going to say human beings. I don't care what side of the political divide anybody is on.
Correct.
This happened to human beings.
Policemen, there's a policeman who was injured.
Right.
You know?
We have people whose legs were chopped off. We had
women and children.
And,
you know?
I mean, it's crazy that we didn't see this, but that it said it happened.
It's very sad.
That being the case, or otherwise, that it brings about a very worrisome picture about what could happen in the future. Because if you look at what's happening in history has a way of repeating itself, and the person who came up with the adage was not stupid. They knew that this will replay itself at some point, if allowed. If allowed. How can it not be the case from where you sit? And I realize that it's a subjective question, but how can it be avoided?
Now, it's very simple. You know, we are getting into a political mood. And this political mood, it's not by our own, it's not by our own making. It's by the making of the Constitution. We know for a fact next year we are going to have elections. And Kenyans are saying that we need to change this government. So we as Linda Mwananchi, we have, coalesced around, and we are trying to speak the language that Kenyans want to hear, because Kenyans are suffering. The education system is not working. Health is not working. There is runaway corruption. So many court orders have been violated. There are so many children that were abducted, and to date, their families do not know their whereabouts. So those are the things that have informed us, and they have compelled us to come out and try to give Kenyans an alternative.
Yep.
And in the process of giving the alternative, the government of the day has sensed that we are speaking to the hearts of Kenyans, and Kenyans are with us. Instead of supporting our activities and protecting our activities, they are the ones who, they have information, but out of negligence, they are permitting these goons to meet violence and atrocities against us and other Kenyans. So it's very simple. The government of the day, the security operators, they need to ensure that they rise above partisan politics and do their job. Because when they do their job, these problems will not be there. Kenyans loving each other, that's a moral question.
Yeah.
But Kenyans respecting the law, that is a legal question.
Yeah.
You may not force Kenyans to love each other. You may not force some factions of Homa Bay or some factions of certain quarters of this country to love Linda Mwananchi and vice versa. But as a country, we must ensure that everybody complies with the law. So if everyone complies with the law, I can assure you we will not have these problems, and we will have a very smooth election period, and we will have a very smooth transition where this government will be going home and Linda Mwananchi will be forming the next government.
Well, there it is. Titus Mukhanu is the Linda Mwananchi counsel, has been here with us this morning.
Thank you,
and the law and the constitution seems to be the one that's shining here.
Correct.
Asante Sana, thank you. We look forward to the next conversations and keep us updated about what happens here.
I will. And I will want to come back again when we have the name, so that I now divulge all the information and the intricacies that we are going through right now.
Indeed.
Yes.
Asante Sana. Good morning. It's 8 a.m.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the news. I'm Sheila Tembor. Schools across the country are reopening for the third term, with head teachers raising concerns over delayed capitation. This comes despite President William Ruto's announcement that 18 billion shillings had been released to support learning this term. School heads say they are yet to receive the funds.
Hata saa hizi pesa ya kusomesha watoto wetu wa third term bilioni 18. Wiki iliyopita tulituma hiyo pesa, tayari iko shuleni. Watoto wakifika shuleni watakutana na pesa kule shuleni.
Kuppet says teachers are also facing financial challenges as they receive learners for the new term. Deputy Secretary General Moses Nthurima spoke on the matter.
Schools are least prepared because there has been pending bills in the release of school capitation, and of course the schools are suffering debts right now. There is a rumor that about 3,000 Kenya shillings have been released to schools, but our sports check from the principals, the money has not hit the accounts. No, our course of action is to ask the parents to prepare to pay for the education of the learners.
Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen says the National Police Service will not tolerate political violence or the use of guns as the country prepares for the 2027 general election. Speaking in Kericho County, Murkomen said security agencies will remain on high alert to prevent planned violence, adding that police have adopted new measures to deal with suspected guns. Murkomen also called on political leaders to cooperate with security agencies and comply with security advisories.
Mimi nataka kushukuru Inspector General of Police ya kwamba sasa ameweka mbinu mpya ya kuhakikisha tukipata ripoti ya wauni kwenda mikutano wanashikwa kabla hata mkutano hujafanyika. Kiongozi ambaye hajui kuita watu na kufanya maendeleo na kukaa na watu yake kama huyu Nelson Koech, huyo kiongozi msiende mikutano yake. Na nimesema ya kwamba si lazima wananchi waende mikutano yote.
Interior PS Raymond Omolo meanwhile urged young people not to allow politicians to use them to perpetrate violence.
Na kama vijana tunataka tuwaombe, tuwaasii, kama kuna viongozi ambao wanataka kuchocheza jamii ama kutuchochea, tukae kando na hao.
And People's Party of Kenya leader Ndindi Nyoro has called on Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen to resign over rising violence at political rallies. Speaking during public rallies in Mathioya and Kangama constituencies in Murang'a County, Nyoro criticized the government for failing to arrest those behind the violence despite assurances that action will be taken against the perpetrators and their alleged financiers. Nyoro has also urged political leaders to respect former President Uhuru Kenyatta, saying he has a right to express his views on national matter.
Tunaonyesha Kenya mzima that we are tolerant. Tunapea kila mtu every person an opportunity, anakuja anaongea na watu bila vurugu. Ile vurugu tuliona pale Homa Bay, hatuwezi itikia nchi ya Kenya ipelekwe na njia hiyo. Na kama kuna mtu ambaye anajifikiria ni kiongozi na ako wizara ya usalama, anafaa kuwa anaongea akiwa nje kama amejiuzulu kwa sababu ameshindwa na kazi.
And that's the news. I'm Sheila Tembur.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
I am also a publicly elected official. Okay. My salary is paid by your taxes.
Yes.
So if you need me to answer questions, we will not run away from you.
Asante,
we will always be here.
The government itself is engaging in corrupt practices. That the government itself deliberately schemes to influence through bribery members of parliament.
You pay for a passport online. Alafu you're told there are no booklets.
I rebuke matters corruption because corruption has brought this country to its knees.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
SRC's mandate is constitutional. It's not an advice. It's actually something you must do.
Must do.
Like now you abandon, of course, the narrative of Wheelbarrow, Mutomjengo, Mamamboga, and all those, that rosy narrative.
Your expenditure is 3.3 trillion, and you're collecting only 2.5. Out of that 2.5, you're spending 1.8 trillion service loans and so forth.
That the CDF kit is in itself a symptom of corruption.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, "Sitaki kuongea." Conversations have to be had, you know.
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning to you at 9 minutes after 8 o'clock and into the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation. This morning, we're having a look into what has gone on over the last couple of weeks and hopefully what will happen as we get into the future. The big picture is the conversation that we're getting into now and seeing what then it will look like as concerns what's in store for Kenya 2027. We'll be joined by governance expert Stella Agara in a short while. George Ngaira is a government affairs analyst and joins us on the hot seat this morning. Good morning, George.
Good morning.
Karibu sana, how are you doing?
Asante sana, I'm doing well.
Welcome. Karibu. Thank you for being here. Let's look into this big picture 2027 and have an idea about what's in store. From what we can see today, we can normally predict the future. Okay. But before we get there, Dennis is going to share today's proverb. We'd love to get your interpretation of it.
So today we are in Morocco. Morocco, beautiful country. Look at their culture. When you visit, there is a meal called couscous. Try couscous. There's another one called tajin or mint tea, often called the Moroccan national drink, the mint tea. The proverb that we get from Morocco this morning: when deeds speak, words are nothing. When deeds speak, words are nothing. How would you interpret it?
It just means action speaks louder than, statements. So that's what counts most times. That's what I believe.
Well said. Short and sweet.
All right. So as we get into this 2027, what would you say the picture looks like at the moment? If the future is usually influenced by what happens presently, which then in the future would be called the past, what does 2027 look like, in your opinion?
I think having crossed the August 10th date, which technically says we're under a year to the next election, I guess the train has left the station, and anybody who wants to be anything in this election cycle, including myself, has to be ready. And those who want to have shown their intentions to be out there, to be able to go out for whatever seats they're going for. Presidential level, the faces are becoming more clear as to those who we expect to see them on the ballot in the next election, and as well as some very interesting governor races within the regions, where the different political regions. I come from Kakamega. I'm sure you saw what's been happening there with our top tier candidates for the governorship as well. Very interesting between former Senator Khalwale and former Senator Malala and our Senator Khalwale. And so it means the die is cast, and everybody's taking their position.
Yeah, but as we talk about 2027, Kenyans as well are key players in this election, and with that, then many are asking about the promise of a better country. Many are asking about their children, about their health. Yes. I mean, as we approach 2027, what are some of the topics, rather the talking points that would form the campaign, the agenda, come 2027?
Dennis, anybody that lives in this country today, even the three of us, when we live here, there are some realities that we can't escape. Nduh. From here, we have to either fuel our vehicle, you have to either pay your cab fee or your fare, and there's a cost to it, and it's for you to determine whether or not you're in a better position. When you get to whatever place you're going, maybe you're going to your house straight from here, there's the issue of power, the cost of power. There's food in your house, the prices. There's a reality that you have to deal with. And I believe that any Kenyan that wants to build the agenda of the next election, it has to be basic. You know, it has to be something that really resonates very quickly with the average Kenyan. The average Kenyan is in pain. He has been in pain for a very long time. We saw that anger when our young people took it to the streets and made history for the very first time. I think those of us who had spent 20 years with the late Raila Odinga in what I use and do I consider a tumultuous journey. Because, you know, I came to this town in 2005 to join a campus to study law in Parklands. And that was the very first time in that no referendum that we had, Dennis, you remember? It was the very first time I registered to be a voter, and it was what gave birth to the orange, you know, the orange dream. That, you know, we didn't know would go that much, you know, because 2005 to 2025 is almost 20 years. And we've never been in any other movement other than that one, never been in any other party. And we understood that sometimes when you take positions in life, you have to constantly be pro people and things like that. So I guess whoever the agenda for 2027, just wants what you're saying, is that whoever wants to engage in the 2027 affairs must be basic in his thinking. Yes.
Are they having that conversation though? Like there is what Mwananchi wants. There is the undertones as well that we're hearing, especially from the political class. Would you reckon that conversations that are happening now in all these campaigns we're seeing are capturing the feeling of Mwananchi? They're speaking the Mwananchi's voice because, like you've said it, economy has to be part of the conversation. Are we having more economic conversations, or is it just we are ende sisi ndo tunaingia?
You know, the reason why we have elections every 5 years, Dennis, is for people to make that decision. Whether or not the leaders they chose, lived up to their expectations and what they promised. And Kenyans will shock you sometimes. You expect that in what we see in what you call developed nations, sometimes I like to use the UK, is that leaders are able to, that's what in the West, the people are able to make personal decisions. They look at you and say, Dennis, you came here, you told us you want to be a senator or a member of parliament. This is what you're going to achieve. This is what you're going to achieve for the people, and your deliverables were these ones. 5 years have gone by. We can't see much of what you promised. We don't believe you're the best for these positions. And they make those what you'd consider a rational decision, you understand? But, you know, in a country like ours, because of how it is, and it's particularly, I tend to think the level of information as well, because it's still largely a rural county. You know, 55, maybe heading to 60 million people in the country, and just about 5 to 6 million dwellers in Nairobi. It means 90% of Kenyans live in rural Kenya and might not have the kind of benefit that is needed to access, you know, solid information of what's happening on every day, or even be able to feed the kind of data that I have access to. I have brothers and cousins in my village in Kakamega. They might not know the things that I know, but, you know, by blood, we consider ourselves both blooders. So Kenyans might not be that informed, so they tend to make decisions that other people could consider as irrational. But then that is the business, that's the spirit, that's what democracy is all about. Unfortunately, you know, they make certain decisions. So we hope as days go by, and this has been my prayer for a very long time, Dennis, having voted 6 times now, 4 presidential elections and 2 referendums too. I've sort of been able to sort of try to study how Kenyans make their decisions. And myself, by the way, because I was in the by-election in Malava, and I was just having an interesting conversation yesterday with a friend of mine who's a former minister there in the county. I was telling him, you know, when we had this by-election last year, when our MP died in Malulu in Shed, he was also an uncle to me. And we were considering going for that seat, member of parliament for Malava. And ODM kept taking us in circles until we ran out of time. And eventually, when we decided to just get another vehicle and move on because of this broad-based nonsense that we didn't believe in, is that we had to get a different party, and at that particular time. And I tell you, Nduh, we landed I landed home, and even the people that considered my own were saying, no. We have to deal with the root of first year. Anybody else who's coming as a third horse and a fourth horse is a spoiler, is paid, and all those things they brand you whenever you come up in an emotionally charged by-election like that one. You know, what's interesting though is that the guy that they were really rooting for, Seth Panyako, is now full-blown Ruto sympathizer. So I was telling my brother, why were you insulting me? Because I worked for Honorable Odinga. I was at Capitol Hill, and I remember when I did the handshake with President Uhuru Kenyatta, immediately after that swearing in of Baba and the fallout that fell that followed after that, and we were at Capitol Hill with Norman Magaya. He's been portrayed for a while, but Norman was there, and Baba was saying, look at these people are insulting me, but they've not understood why I've made this decision. I had options on the table, and I thought, what works best for my people? Do we continue fighting, or do we reconcile with government and ask ourselves, where did we go wrong? And for a moment, I bought what he said, because the alternative of continuous fighting and things like would have only led to deaths and destruction of property. We didn't agree with that handshake, but eventually people agreed. So I told him, my brother, you were against me that time during that by-election, but I knew her because I know Seth Panyako very well. He's been a Ruto sycophant for a very long time. And he just came here for convenience. Now he's back home. And that is what's happening, even in what's happening in Linda Mwananchi, and I hope Kenyans wake up.
Wake up to what? What would you want Kenyans to wake up to?
Kenyans to wake up and change the way they make their decisions when they're choosing their leaders, because then we need to drift towards more rational thinking as opposed to irrational thinking, because that is where the difference is. You understand? Because sometimes we get too emotional and then we fail to see, have foresight of what is ahead of us. And we want to make quick decisions just based on emotions, and then we end up with the same leaders that are taking us back. Yeah.
So do you think there's something fundamentally wrong with how Kenyans make decisions? Because we are looking into 2027.
Absolutely.
And what's going to topple the apple cart in this case is how a vote is cast. Not the method, but the decision. So do you think Kenyans make the wrong decisions?
Not just Kenyans. You know, it's a catch-22 situation, because in a democratic state, Nduh, you can even go to a ballot and vote for a pig. Remember the Okoh Kenya signature, if that's what makes you happy. You remember the Okoh Kenya signatures, Dennis? And people had animals and all these things. The IBC said these are the signatures we collected. And if not for our assumption, because then I was in that Okoh team, we felt like we were sabotaged. If truly there are human beings who took the time to draw animals and did like that, you might think they're stupid, but they're exercising their right. Nobody forced them. Nobody walks into a polling station and then they put a gun on his head to decide what they do with their ballot paper. They go there and do it the way they feel like, isn't it? And the outcomes that we get out of those elections are actually assumed to be the true reflections of the people's opinion. So you might go there and say, you see, we had an assumption in 2022 that Western region is a full-blown Azimio stronghold. I tell you this, my brother, in Bungoma County, which is my maternal county, my mother comes from Bungoma. I went there for an event, and I think it was the current governor, Governor Lusaka, who then is like a cousin to my mom, and where I came from, so it was just a local funeral there. And he had a very interesting argument about what's happening, even for the local politics, because he was going against a sitting governor then, Governor Wangamati, and was telling him that, governor has been bragging about his landmark projects. Bungoma County has 9 sub-counties. His landmark projects is saying, I've built a dual carriage in Bungoma town, where the governor comes from, Wangamati comes from. And then he said his other landmark project is the stadium, which is again still in Bungoma town. Then his other last landmark projects, the referral office, still in Bungoma town. It means the other 9 sub-counties have no business with him. And the local voters just said, yes. And I knew this governor is gone. You understand? So the voters make decisions in very different ways. And sometimes you might be very angry at how the decisions are made. But unfortunately, then that's what democracy. Unless we tighten this democracy in such a way, Dennis, that it should be democracy, but it must lean towards rational voting.
Which then brings us to the subjects of civic education, where then you look at attention within which our civic education is given attention. And one would say that really doesn't happen. Even IEBC itself, that should be undertaking that on how Kenyans should vote and whatnot. Political parties educating their supporters on, while selling their agenda as to why they're the best, why they should get that vote, and civic education does not happen. So is it that the political parties are afraid that if they do undertake civic education and Kenyans know exactly what they deserve, perhaps they would be voted out or rejected.
There is this conversation of civic education. We've tried it, at least for me, 2 times.
But
we 2017. I say 2 times. I mean, I'm referring to 2017 and 2022.
Yeah.
We felt like Kenyans do not know what's supposed to be done. That's what we thought. And then we thought then we need to roll out the civic education programs, especially in the rural counties, so that they can be able to understand the need to make rational voting and not put ethnicity as a factor in your decision making as a voter and other biases. We realized that human beings are different. We are cultured to think in certain ways depending on where you come from, and we are cultured to react to issues in a certain way depending where you come from. And in a country like ours, which has different regions and different communities, Nduh also, I think she's familiar of Southwest and Southeast and South, isn't it? And the North, in Nigeria, and the different communities, how they make their decisions, and the elements of marginalizations, like what we are hearing in what they're calling it now, Homa Bay, Yemen, marginalization. Nduh will probably say the same thing in Southeast and Southeast states that feel like now Peter Obi who's an Igbo, and we've never had an Igbo president lately, and they would go to a ballot. They would not want to hear anything else other than Peter Obi. You understand? Yeah. And this is probably a professor with degrees and all these things. So we really make our political decisions in different ways. So it becomes very hard to roll out a seamless civic education program across such regions with different political dynamics. And I almost resigned it to prayers and say, let's just pray for the country that Kenyans can be able to do that. But like what we've done now, particularly me, for considering that I come for a new movement that's called the People's Movement, within the PM party, People's Renaissance Movement, is that we're thinking that there's a saving grace in the young people. There's a saving grace in the new generation of Kenyans, particularly the young ones who are willing to think otherwise, and they're willing to embrace new ideas, never mind where they're coming from. And I think that Gen Z movement that we had in 2024 showed that it's possible to rally people towards a certain cause if you're very clear at where they're heading to. And it gave us hope. And that's why we thought that then how do we go about it, and how are we able to create a platform to be able to begin that journey towards change so that we can achieve what you're saying in terms of civic education. And we thought that then that the only best way to do that is build a platform where across the country we can be able to get those already open-minded individuals that believe that Kenya can transition towards a certain direction, can be the lead to lead the others to get in.
And yet I have a fear.
Yes.
And maybe not, and I think it's founded on reality, and it may not be palatable for a lot of folks to hear, but it is true that majority of the people who go to cast their vote, I want to be sensitive, but I must be honest.
Yes.
Do not know what they are doing, in this sense, that there has not been a connection made between the activity of voting and the leadership then that is brought in as a result of that vote. We don't make a connection. And forget about us sitting in this room and people who want to, you've just said it yourself, even some professors with more degrees than a thermometer will also make a decision based on where they're from as opposed to what this person will do.
Absolutely.
Now, how can we do that? For the person who goes and they say, Mama, just Andika, heavy, put it inside.
Yep.
For them to understand that the things that we see today that we worry about, that you can go into Parliament and make laws, agree on how money will be spent, agree on how much loans you can or cannot take. How do we get to the place where we make a connection between this activity and what is going to happen to you in the future? You see, nobody thinks about that.
Yeah.
We just think about on the day we voted yes, in the box yes, who won? Yay,
Yay.
win, oh terrible. And then we say, are we going to fight? Let's not fight. Let's come together. Let's form a government, and then we move until the next one. We are not making the connection, and unless and until we do, we will continue to cry. How do we do that?
You know, they say the journey of 1,000. That is to say, a journey of 1,000 miles.
Starts with a single step.
It has to start somewhere, and I think my own personal opinion has been that we need to expand education. The Kenya, particularly Kenya, because when you look at even our level of urbanizations, I think it's just about 20 or 30%. So 70-80% of Kenyans are still living in the bush. I think if we can be able to improve civic education in the context that we get more Kenyans to be more informed of what is happening in the country, just to as a benefit of doubt, so that first of all they know the information, even though I'm biased and I'm going to give somebody the opportunity somebody to become what he becomes because he's my brother or my tribesmate, but first of all that have access to information to know what's happening in the country. It allows somebody to be able to rethink their ideas as they go by. I think civic education would be very good within the communities. And then there's something else. As you're speaking, I was just replying what I think I must have lost imepotea kidogo, is that we can then bank on the new generation of leaders, because then they come in not as but I want to say incited. When you've already cultured into
not
a
compromised.
system, you've already been cultured into a system for so long, it becomes too hard to change on short notice. But somebody who's fresh and new, hasn't been, me, the first time I realized I belong to a community was when I came to college here. Up until then, because I'm a native of Western Kenya who grew up in Mombasa, so mimi ni Mswahili kabisa, ndo maana mara nyingi sana kuja Radio Maisha pale. So I had never taken note of the fact, never mind Dennis, I have a home and there are people I belong to. But to take note that I belong to this community and there's a dynamic to it within the realm of the Kenyan politics is when I came here. And unfortunately, it was just about when President Kibaki had been elected, 2003, 2004, and the fallout between President Kibaki and Raila Odinga is when then I figured, I heard people say, we've been betrayed. So I said, who? Who has betrayed us? They say, that community, we voted for them, but they've gotten into power, into government. They've taken power, and they've dominated the system. Our people are outside. That's the first time Dennis Mia understood that I belong to this community and have been marginalized, even though I was living a comfortable life, because my father was worked for many years in government, 35 years public servant. There's not one single day I went home for school fees. I had a different life. So, but you see, I was considered marginalized based on the politics of the day, isn't it? So when you're cultured like that for a very long time, it might take quite some time to be able to undo you.
But the people in the community, in the communities, you reference people who still live in, I don't know where, but the people in the community, we know when we go down to anybody in the smallest community, who is the village drunkard, who is the thief, who is the businessman. We know, for example, that girls who are walking in the village past 7 p.m., don't pass that place where those people sit.
Yeah.
At the very minute whatever, we know the difference between right and wrong. We know that certain things cannot. We know. So what happens? I'm asking, what happens when we go to vote? We just don't even think it's important to understand that this person who is going to go and work on your laws, your money, and your behavior suddenly should not require some kind of thought from me.
No, I wanted to say Kenyan, but I think no voter goes to a polling station. No voter makes a mistake by going to a polling station to make a choice of his own. That's what democracy is across the world. You can't force me to go to the ballot station and think like you, because maybe our history is not the same.
No. I'm saying to make a decision about this individual when you have not checked what is this person actually going to do when they get into leadership. Absolutely, it's your right. Go vote in a goat. What did you say? Which animal did you pick? Pig. That is fine. I am saying, have you made the decision about whether this pig is going to actually go and spend money, make the laws that will actually benefit for the betterment of the nation. Not that you vote, but how you vote.
You see,
why can we make decisions on certain levels about certain things which we know are right or wrong, but then when it comes to leadership, somebody can come and tell you, when you go, this is how you should vote, and then you say, yes, okay, fine, I do it.
Are you assuming that what you consider right or wrong should be what I consider right or wrong of a leader?
No, I'm asking, I'm not even talking about what you consider to be right or wrong. I'm saying, are people interrogating the individuals that they go to vote for? It's not about right or wrong.
They do. That's the reason why somebody walks in and say, I'm just going to vote for this person. He does. And then, somebody asked me, your former colleague here, he's called Latif, and they were saying, do Kenyans vote emotionally or do they vote rationally? That was the question they asked me. And I was telling Eric, listen, all human beings vote emotionally because they have some bias as to how they vote. I could be coming there to vote because Dennis is my personal friend, because maybe it's from my home, and things like that. But and that's completely different from rational, irrational voting. The rationality of it comes into play when now you bring in what you're trying to say. Did he interrogate that leader and the history of who he was? For example, this president. President William Ruto was not an overnight president. He's been in politics for the last 30 years. People know is the history of this president from when he was a member of parliament to when he was a minister to how he was dismissed to the ICC cases. He's been in very many court cases where he appeared himself back then before he became a deputy president. He's a familiar face in our criminal courts. He was being charged there on property, on commercial disputes. He's not somebody that Kenyans just woke up and found him the other day. They know him. But people walked in Kakamega, 148,000 people voted for him.
Why?
You understand? They voted for him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's take a break. Because perhaps it's time for us to admit to ourselves that emotion of voting has gotten people in a mess.
Yeah, maybe you can say that.
And it's now time for rational thought. Have you heard about weighted voting? Let me not even get things messy. Let's take a break. We'll be back after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
It is a busy morning into the CBDs where a lot of the traffic is still coming this morning. And as you come off of Jogo Road, there's crazy traffic as you get then towards Landys. And we know that it's a beehive of activity, at least this entire week, with folks going into different parts of the country. All right, and there's Mombasa Road. Wow, quite some traffic this morning. In and outbound traffic on Mombasa Road is going to be a pain in somebody's behind, that's for sure. And we're crossing over from that Southern Bypass Junction all the way out towards Capital Centre, moving very slowly this morning as you get through, trying to make your way towards the city. I can see some folks getting onto the Southern Bypass to avoid what's happening down on Mombasa Road. And then there's traffic on North Airport Road getting towards Embakasi. In and outbound traffic all the way through and through. Very, very messy. And Outer Ring is going to take us some traffic as well. Let's take a look on the western side of the city and traffic going through towards the Waiaki Way from James Gishore. Not doing too badly, but we'll see some traffic also. Ring Road Westlands. It's a busy morning and it's Monday. We're getting into the final week of August, so it's likely that combined with the kids going back to school is going to ramp up the traffic. We'll talk and keep things moving today. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Habari ndio hii. StarTimes tumejiamulia kukupa raha bila limit. Mwezi huu wa Agosti, lipia subscription yako wape watoto holiday iliyojaa cartoons, adventure na raha tele. Tazama Magical First Discoveries kwenye Baby TV. Enjoy Princess Doremi na Super Wings kwenye ST Kids. Cheki Fireman Sam na Thomas and Friends kwenye Jim Jam. Kisha upate action ya Avatar The Last Airbender kwenye ST Tunes. Nunua aerial decoder kwa shilingi 1399 na dish decoder kwa shilingi 2499 kwenye maduka yetu nchi nzima. Piga *858# na urecharge subscription yako kuanzia shilingi 329 kwa nyota ama shilingi 549 kwa Nova Bouquet. StarTimes, furahia maisha kidijitali.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 22 minutes to 9 o'clock, we continue our conversation this morning and looking into Outlook 2027 and what then it really does mean. We don't want to admit it. It's that perhaps this emotional voting is what has done
Protest,
a lot of countries in done Kenya, any other country in, or how does this person make me feel, as opposed to what is this person going to deliver. And mind you, we're not just talking about the president. It is from all levels,
to the lawsuits,
from the lowest to the highest. That how does this person make me feel? Oh, did they speak well enough at the rally? Did they give me enough? Did they make me feel a certain type of We're not voting enough based on what this person is actually going to deliver when it comes to leadership and governance. Is it about time?
Absolutely, and I think we're in a very good place now. That's why I was actually alluding to what we are trying to put in place, because Dennis asked me that whether there's a chance that we can begin to drift towards that rational voting, and I'm telling you, there's a good chance with the young people, because they are fairly considering looking outside the normal play in terms of how our politics is done. And my prayer too, because I might not be a youth, but I'm equally young, it's what I'd love to see. I'd love to see us drift towards people-driven agendas that cuts across, so that whatever I'm propping somebody that is interested in the 2027 politics should be something that can benefit you. It can even benefit both of you, and Nduh and Dennis, regardless of whether or not you support me, because I'm a citizen of this republic and I want the country to do well, isn't it? And I think what showed the young people have shown us in the last 2 years is that it's possible to be able to rally us towards that direction. And as Christians, we have to keep hoping. That's what we must do. We must never, it's like when Jesus Christ was that boat and it's swaying and people are giving up, and he tells them, why are you afraid? It's possible that we can be able to survive. So we have a chance with the young people.
I mean, if I just pause and look at communities out here, you realize that there are many who would vote for an individual because they contributed in a matanga, or they attended, or they attended Marurashio, or they came and they just opened a katap somewhere that is dry after 2 weeks of it running. People don't connect individuals in office and the roles that they do play, whether it's on the county assembly and the legislation that happens in the county assembly, and the kind of MCAs you need there to ensure that the laws that govern the county are up to scratch. Same as member of parliament, senators, president, and all that. But if you pause and look at conversations Kenyans are having today, Kenyans know who is a good leader, who is a bad leader. They know who is a performer, who is not a performer. But what happens on the election day that things Kenyans have complained for like over 20 years are things that they do not consider when they're casting that vote?
That's why I was saying that Kenya is a growing democracy. And Kenya is a growing democracy. The United States has existed for almost 250 years. We are now just about 60 years in. And I guess as days go by, then we can be able to increase. For me, first of all, is the awareness and access to information, so that people in the villages and the rural areas can be able to understand the specific roles of the leaders they are voting for. That civic education then will give us the benefit of making that rational decision. Because if I'm not informed, I need to be informed first, so that I can be able to make that rational decision in the first place. So access to information is very critical, and that access to information again goes hand in hand with the level of education and our education system, and how people get are able to have access to education, so that they can have an open mind to be able to interrogate the things that you can interrogate. I have sisters, maybe aunties, who probably SMH do, but they can't think like us, not because they do not want to, to, but because they've not got the benefit of being access to information and maybe educated to that level. So I think this is a journey that we're going to take for a long time. We are banking big time on the young people, for me, like I'm saying, and that is even what we're doing. We, as the PM party, we want to go big on the young people so that we can try and get as many young people in parliament who can then become the drivers in their various constituencies that they come from to be able to get to where we're trying to say.
I think there's a difference between voting emotionally and voting based on how somebody makes you feel. There's a difference between the two, that I think it is necessary for anybody who is running for political office to make the people feel good about them. It's necessary. But that about how they carry themselves and what it is that they're going to do. Not necessarily because you love me. You know, you can hate me, but I can make you feel good about a certain thing. Very true. Now, Stella, welcome. Boy, Stella is here. Help us understand, as we're going into this thing, that we're saying that it's about time we stop voting emotionally and started voting on how a person will actually perform and what we see as what needs to be leadership and or governance. Because in the village, like I said, we know, in the community, we know who the village drunkard is, we know who the village madman is, we know who is the one who steals. We know.
The ones running at night.
Yeah.
You know them.
We know where, if your girls are walking in the evening, you tell them don't walk there. You know. So you are able to understand who will then be a good leader, who the person is you give your money in those, what are those things called? Merry-go-round, whatever.
Yeah.
You know, right? You know who can keep the money. We may think that there's no connection, but there is. So why is it that then now the person who is essentially going to make the law, spend your money, and oversight those who do, doesn't need that kind of rational thinking?
First of all, let me apologize for my lateness. I had an emergency this morning that I had not seen coming. I'm glad I made it though, because I have one or two sentences that I want to throw into this conversation. Indeed, the situation you have described in the village is exactly what we have in the national arena. Kenyans know who they can trust with their money and their treasury. They know who's the village madman, and they also know who they can never give power to, but for some strange reason at the national level, they don't apply the same stringent rules. I'm happy that I found you talking about emotions, because one of the groups that is really beating themselves up for applying their emotions in voting is Mount Kenya. They have beaten themselves up so much and said they brought in our current president through emotions. Unfortunately, they seem to be going back to the same trend, working on emotions and not necessarily thinking through some of the actions that they are going to take. I think most Kenyans must be driven to start thinking about their interests in elections, begin thinking about who is going to deliver on those interests, and most importantly, begin thinking about punishing people who don't deliver for this country. Gen Z had brought us very close to that place where we were actually talking about accountability, responsibility, what an office requires and what a person is doing. As a matter of fact, we had started having conversations about the people who promise things that are not within the mandate of the office they are taking.
Right.
But that conversation has been driven back by the status quo, wanting to coalesce around tribes, wanting to deliver kingpins and use those as vehicles to transport the madman, the thief, and the good leader in one bus. I am saying that we must all prepare now to select the right people, even if we have to go into that bus and look for the thief and tell them to get out of the bus. I don't know if everyone is ready to do the same. If only we can exercise voting that checks the individual and we stop looking at the vehicles that are being created, we are going to protect ourselves. If we don't, I'm afraid we are headed for the same kind of trouble that we always get after every election.
Stella, is there a possibility that Kenyans know exactly what it is they're doing, even electing that madman? Why do I say that? Because Kenyans know what is right and what is wrong. Because assuming a population where M-Pesa is a big thing, everybody with their PIN, no one ever keys in the wrong PIN. That means everybody knows what is wrong and what is right. Kenyans are the very same people who will turn up and say, when an individual is corrupt going through the judicial system, huyo ni mtu wetu, and being targeted, forgetting that it is your money that has been stolen. So then, if that is where we find ourselves as a country, how do we, as individuals seated here, change that conversation to make sense that if it's 12 billion that was lost, individuals who died in hospital died because 12 billion was stolen. So you do not need to vote this person. Perhaps you need to push authorities for this person to be jailed, because we're not having those conversations.
I would say that Kenyans actually know what they are doing and what they are voting for. But when I say they know what they're doing and what they're voting for, it is based on the information that they have available. And I'm glad I found my colleague talking about informed voter. You know, one of the factors I've had to interact with in the last couple of days is a reality of the arrangements that are happening and alignments that are happening in our politics. And I suspect that one of the groups that will be the most disappointed when the chips fall where they should will be Gen Z, because I think they're the most hopeful for change. Absolutely. Most hopeful for change. And when they discover the kind of games and trickery that our politicians are playing right now, they will be extremely disappointed. And I suspect it is in the best interests of our current president that Gen Z gets so disillusioned that they don't show up to vote. If they have information that their savior is Dennis, and I'm speaking very cryptically, and they make a decision that they're all going to follow Dennis and they're all going to support Dennis, they're using their money sometimes they're being supported to support him, and then eventually they get to the ballot and they find that Dennis was a trickster. Dennis had no intention of being on the ballot, for example, and therefore Dennis is not there to save them as he had promised. You know, one of the things that they're going to decide is that this country is irredeemable, and they'll go back to where they used to be. And there was a time they didn't care about the elections in this nation. So I'm basically saying that if we can actually take time to get even deeper into the information about who they are voting for, and maybe begin telling the truth about who's serious about being on the ballot and who's playing a game on behalf of somebody on our ballot. Today, I'm going to keep it cryptic. Because of some moving parts and some decisions that are currently being made. But the truth is, if you follow the money, you will know who's serious about this election. You will know who's playing games. You will know who's dancing on stage, but they are on a different arena and they are not with you in this conversation. A reminder also to all the voters, not just Gen Z. This also applies to women, because I have worked with women supporting elections, women mobilizers. They are the kingmakers, and majority of them sometimes believe in supporting an individual because they say, sisi huyo ndo tunamfeel, tunamwamini. Sometimes they say things like ni mtrue. But what is mtrue, you know? Does Mutanu deliver the services that you need at the end of the day? We have the kind of governor we have in Nairobi because he has dimples. Those dimples we are paying dearly for. Are we able to just raise the bar a little and start having conversations about the right things? Save for dimples, what else can this person do? Do they have a track record for delivery? Are they the kind of person who care about life? Are they the kind of person who will allow themselves to serve this nation in a way that then will transform our country? Have they stolen anything from anybody? We made a huge mistake electing a man for president who has been accused of corruption, has been accused even of participating in the post-election violence. Not just participating, but, you know, as a key mobilizer for the post-election violence. A man who seems really not to care about our social democracy and is a capitalist par excellence. So for him, it is benefit, profit for him and his cronies before Kenyans. So we should not be surprised that we got what we got out of this election. And for this reason, we must ask ourselves, what leadership philosophy do these people carry? What does Rigiji believe in as a leadership philosophy? What does the emeritus, former CJ Maraga believe in as a philosophy for leadership? If you are planning to have Babu Owino as your governor, what philosophy does he believe in? You know, and when you say Mimi Ndio Sifuna, behind Mimi Ndio Sifuna, what is the philosophy of leadership that is coming up with? Has he thought about one, or he hasn't even had time to do so because of the kind of pressure that he's gathered along the way as tides were changing for him? If we don't ask those questions, we will find people in power who are either going to come and continue the capitalism that this gentleman is exercising in this country, are going to continue the looting that is continuing in this nation, and are also going to be very responsible about answering to Kenyans because they don't care. They don't care. They don't have a philosophy. They don't account to you. And so they can tell you, if you hear that there are goons in one place, don't go. Because they are capable of aiding and abetting crime as long as it's serving their purposes. My message today is that Kenyans need to stop looking at things on the surface. Number two, stop watching the news and concluding based on what is on the news who you're going to vote for. Can you take time to research about your leader? Find out what this person has done. Find out what they have not done. And then after you do that, also take time to decide if you truly, in the words of Nduh, feel right about this person. Because we normally have caution. We normally say this word, we are king here.
You know.
So check that feeling. And if you feel it once, don't doubt your conscience. That person is not supposed to be a leader in this nation. Yeah.
Stella couldn't have come at a more appropriate time than the way she's done, because it's just drifting there. That's where my heart is, because what we've gone through this week, Nduh, and allow me a minute to just put this across, is that the Linda Mwananchi battle and the fallout that is purported within the Linda Mwananchi affiliation, which is where I belong to, has been that the young people of this country have a message they've put across. They say they want a fresh start because they believe what you're having and we're being forced to be, people are trying to serve us on the table, is something we've had so many times before. And it's not just the Gen Z. Gen Z's millennial and progressive Kenyans who love this country and want to see the country move forward have an idea that we can only move forward if we're told we change the process of how we arrive at our leaders. And that's why the struggle that has been within the Linda Mwananchi, because the original dream that had picked up naturally. Nobody sat and said we are going to build something called Linda. There was an agitation by the young MPs last year over young MPs led by Caleb Amisi and Sifuna, and they were trying to prop up something called Kenya Moja, you remember? And they were trying to say we need a new generation of leaders. They didn't have a party, an office and things like that. It was not formal. And then when it picked up, then the activities of unfortunate death of Baba and then the fallout within ODM created the kind of mileage they needed to become a solid brand on a political platform. Then all of a sudden, when they realized that the Kenyans have accepted them, other people infiltrated the system, you understand? And they started coming in with their own personal interest to a level where that we had to fall back and say, let's, in my journey of within the advertising field, is that one time when we were trying to bid for a business, a long time ago, about around 2010 there, maybe 15 years ago, at the then old Safaricom house there. And then we were trying to pitch this big reality TV show out of what used to have Big Brother and Project Fame, and said maybe you can have a music reality show, but which with the guest hosted in an environment like a Big Brother. Then we came up with a budget, we went to Safaricom. And then we gave this big show. We were not successful. And then later on, one of the ladies that was part of the team came to us and told us, Ngaira, in big companies like this one's, Dennis, there are people who are paid exclusively not to be carried away with the side shows that you give on the table. They want to see if you're proposing a reality show that's going to have 15 episodes, the scale of production, the technical skills that is behind you must be able to back up the good ideas you're putting on the table. So their job is not to be carried away with the things you're telling us. It's not how you've dressed, whether you're good looking or what. They want to know where is the money, the alternative money that is going to back up the show. And I learned from them that whenever we have got all these good proposals like what we're doing with Linda, we must be sure there's amongst ourselves, there has to be a bunch of us who can sit back and begin to see, are we still heading towards the right direction? If you're not, then you're able to raise the issues that are in there.
Is it headed in the right direction?
We are heading in the right direction, but our Linda Mwananchi group has been infiltrated by characters that do not buy the vision that we have. I've said it many times. You saw what happened when my brother, Honorable Caleb Amisi, who's also my party leader, said that how can you go to a Sifuna stage and then be able to prop another candidate who, even within the opposition ticket, is a competitor? You understand? We agree that it's much wiser to have a one united ticket to face the president, but you see, all the players within that opposition space are also competing, isn't it? And so when you raise that, immediately the day that followed, you saw the barrage that was there on social media and on Twitter, and they say these are NIS, these are things like that, because there are characters within that platform who do not belong to Linda Mwananchi. They belong to some other parties. They already have presidential candidates wherever they're coming from, but they come on Sundays to fill the Linda stage, but then midweek they're somewhere else plugging their presidents and vice presidents over there. Then they expect us to be able to do that. You've hosted Karoli Omondi and Nduh. Karoli Omondi is the spokesperson of Linda Mwananchi. He sits in the middle of the activities of Linda Mwananchi. But also Karoli Omondi happens to be the Secretary General of Azimio. Azimio is a different political faction. It has a chairman, Uhuru Kenyatta, and a current leader who is Kalonzo Musyoka after the demise of Raila Odinga. Both Kalonzo Musyoka and Edwin Sifuna are leading two different political factions and are planning to compete for that opposition ticket. When you're in the middle of the two factions, it clearly tells you that somebody is playing dual roles, isn't it? And that's one. That's two. When you're leading a political outfit that is pushing for generation change, you do not want to, again, align it to the old folks, not to say they're bad, but you don't want to align it to the old folks who are selling the old agenda.
Yeah.
That is where we
have a problem. Stella, then one will ask the question, who will bail the cat? As we head to 2027, what must we do for Kenyans not to nakufeel kona dimples? Vote right.
I'm going to answer the question of who will bail the cat, but let me just pick up something that Ngaira spoke about. Remaining true to Linda Mwananchi. I'm wondering whether we are all on the same page on what was true about Linda Mwananchi to begin with.
Okay.
We are hearing reports from different individuals about what was true. Assuming we don't know what was discussed in those boardrooms. Not that we don't know, we know. But assuming we don't know, then let's look at what Mwananchi has been asking them for, because they're not vying for their own sake, they're vying for Mwananchi. Mwananchi has been telling them that the only way to beat the person we want to beat is to have a united opposition and have one person getting all the votes from the opposition basket. I personally believe that if we are not careful, this thing is going to scatter in every direction. And the reason why it's going to scatter is not because it has been captured by strange people. It has actually been captured by the enemy of progress. And the more friends that are being made around this arrangement, the more enemies are being gathered around this conversation. And the truth is that Mwananchi is not picking that up. I know for a fact, because I engaged in several conversations last week, that got me thinking that Mwananchi is not picking up the fact that the dream that they had either been sold or that they thought they were carrying together with certain initiatives and not being carried forth. If you ask me, the only two people that I think have remained truthful to the Linda Mwananchi dream, is actually the Honorable Babu Owino and Orengo.
Okay.
And they are paying a huge price for it.
Hold on to that thought, Stella. Because this one, we have to open it up just a little bit. Let's take the news. We'll come back and continue with this conversation because she's a bombshell. She's brought it this morning. Okay, we'll be back after this. Good morning. It's 9 o'clock.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the news. Sheila Tembor. IEBC Commissioner Anne Derito says several people who breached the Electoral Code of Conduct during the All-Kalau by-election on 16th July were summoned and subjected to disciplinary action. In an interview with a local TV station, Derito said some offenders were fined or warned, while others challenged the committee's decisions in the court. She said the commission did not record any malpractice inside polling stations and that security was maintained throughout the exercise. Derito said the IEBC is strengthening security measures ahead of the 2027 general election to prevent electoral malpractice.
On Kalau, we summoned several people who actually breached the code of conduct. We took them through the process. We fined and warned and did what the code of conduct enforcement committee is expected to do by law. Some of them went to court to challenge the decision of the electoral code of conduct committee. And our process ends there because we have to now wait for the verdict of the court. So it would be wrong to accuse IBC that we did nothing. We actually did a lot. We held several meetings in On Kalau with the security agencies, and we also held many meetings with stakeholders concerning security. And to say the truth, give credit where it deserves, no person actually entered to any polling station in On Kalau.
She also said that police officers deployed to polling stations and tallying centers are trained and operate under the command of returning officers during elections.
Police officers, the ones that are sent to polling stations and tallying centers, are electoral officials. Those ones are usually under IBC during an election. Indeed, they are usually under the command of the returning officer of that election. So when we are dealing with polling station, therefore, we train even the police officers and brief them as electoral officials. This program that I've been talking about, the election security program, intend to train all the police officers, from the one who shall be in the polling station to the one who shall be in the constituency tallying center, to the county tallying center, to the national tallying center, and anywhere that the result of election will be processed.
DCP leader Rigathi Gachagua has commended former President Uhuru Kenyatta for, according to him, declining to work with President William Ruto ahead of the 2027 general election. Gachagua accused Ruto of hypocrisy, saying any cooperation between the two leaders will make Kenyatta share responsibility for what he described as the corruption of the Kenya Kwanza administration.
Wewe William Ruto unatafuta Uhuru kwa nyumba yake Ishaweri, unaenda Caledonia, lakini saa hili wanajifanya wanamtafuta. Umetuma Faruku na Sudi na watu ya ODM kutukana Uhuru Kenyatta.
Speaking in Kirinyaga, Gachagua also accused Ruto of using efforts to divide the Mount Kenya region as a strategy to retain power.
Ameambiwa ajaribu wagawanya mlima ndio tuende runoff. Ndio tukienda runoff ahonge wale watashindwa, awalete pande yake. Kwa hivyo ndio aende round 1. The mountain must be one.
And Jubilee Party Deputy Leader Fred Matiang'i and UPK Leader Eugene Wamalwa have called on political leaders to stop using guns and instead promote national unity and cohesion. Speaking in Trans Nzoia County, the two leaders said political competition should not create hostility among Kenyans, warning that political violence undermines the country's democracy.
The greatest thing about kijana Wamalwa, hakuwa mtu wa matusi na mtu wa furugu. Wakati wa siasa tumeona mambo mingi, na tunazidi kuwaomba viongozi tuendelee kuwaheshimu wananchi vile tumeshauriwa na viongozi wetu wengine na wazee wetu. Tuungane pamoja kwa sababu sisi ni wamoja, ili tulete mabadiliko na maendeleo kwa nchi yetu tukufu ya Kenya. Sababu hawa viongozi wanatuonyesha licha ya kwamba leo uko serikalini, mwingine ako upinzani, sisi ni wapinzani, sio maadui. This zero-sum politics we are seeing in the Republic of Kenya, the culture of goonism and violence, is an existential threat to our democracy.
And that's the news. I'm Sheila Tembor.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
We continue our conversations this hour. It is 6 minutes after 9 o'clock. We're talking about the big picture into 2027 with George Ngaira and Stella Agara this morning. Before we went on to the break, Stella tried to do a thing. Okay. So it's okay. We continue. I'm just going to put I had the hot potato for a minute. I said, just throw it back to you.
So before we went for the break, I had actually said that there are only two people in my assessment who have remained true to the vision of Linda Mwananchi. And I noticed how we all jumped. But allow me to just explain what I'm saying. And I'm glad we went for the break, because then I got to understand where I depart from Gaira's thinking. I said Babu and
Orengo.
And Orengo. And the reason why I'm saying this is because, for me, I'm not looking at who's shouting the loudest about Linda Mwananchi and who's saying the most about the dream for Linda Mwananchi, for example. I am looking at the people who are investing their resources in Linda Mwananchi. I'm looking at the people who have continued to speak the same language. I'm looking at the people who have not developed new ambitions from the ones they announced at the beginning of the Linda Mwananchi brigade. And when I start looking at that, I have to also begin looking at who has made friends and what kind of friends they have made. Now, where I depart from Gaira is because, for me, when I look at the opposition, I'm not looking at the opposition as Linda Mwananchi separate from United Opposition. Kenyans have said one thing: if you want to beat the current president, come together as an opposition and give us who? One candidate.
One candidate.
And for that reason, for me, I'm not separating Rigiji, Wiper, and whoever from the opposition. I'm actually saying amongst all, let me call them noisemakers for now, all the noisemakers in the opposition right now, they should be figuring out how they're going to get one candidate who Kenyans are going to vote for. Now, who has Kenyans put their dreams on? A number of people for presidency. And of course, let's just speak about some of the big names for now. We are all saying Mimi Sifuna, right? When Sifuna was in trouble with his party, which was also Babu Owino's party, you know it was costly to align with him. Babu stood with him in the party. Before he could even be outside with anybody, he stood with him. He accepted to be seen with him outside of the party. And so for me, if you're looking for your friends, this one who stood with you in need is a friend indeed. The other person who sacrificed his career, and he's sacrificing until today, is Orengo. He's paying a huge price on the ground because he's being told he doesn't care about the county. He's busy focusing on Linda Mwananchi.
Yeah.
He's paying a price for it. People who are paying the price and accepting to walk that journey. And then I start looking at other people and I'm saying, you had those friends at the beginning. You're beginning to make alignments, especially for me, that may be dangerous for Sifuna, where you're now being made a village kingpin. Again, when you started off as a national treasure for Gen Z, you know. So for me, I have just been watching the friends who are constantly pulling him towards Western, and the weekend was a climax for me. when every Tom, Dick and Harry was lifting up his arm and saying they support him and everything. Even the kind of support you get determines whether you continue being the quality kind of candidate that Kenyans are looking for. Gaira's party believes in new people, like get rid of all the corrupt people, let them all go home and bring in new people. And so for me, when I see people who may not necessarily have a clean record associating with a candidate who we are propping, for example, as a presidential candidate, I worry. I worry because we are then saying that we will have a government that may have the same kind of people who are eating like the ones who have been found in President Ruto's government. And so for me, the question I'm asking myself is, if you're not gathering, this is very biblical, then you're scattering. If you're not gathering, then you're scattering. Where I depart from PM party is that you're looking for, you're Puritan and you're looking for clean people. But this political arena currently is not offering clean people. And the way the tussle is going, it will be impossible to have all clean, but it's possible to clean out the worst of them and make sure they're sent home. Where do we meet in that conversation? Because if you continue working, if you continue working towards your trajectory, it basically means we are not going to get a commonality, number one. Number two, if you decide, for example, that you're going to set up a political party now, which is what Sifuna is doing, some of the assignments you have to do as we approach the election is popularizing that party, working to set up that party so that it's a factor in the next election. I think anybody who does not have a party by the 31st of August is wasting time. Because you can't be running a presidential campaign and still be trying to popularize a party. It's a lot of work, requires a lot of resources. If you have money, you can make it happen because you can pay people to do it as you run around campaigning. Last time I checked, we are fundraising for Mimi Sifuna, right? And so the ambition of actually, trying to set up a party and do all these things may not necessarily be something that works, right? Now, Babu said he's going to be governor. Babu has walked with this gentleman when he was in trouble. Babu has gone everywhere with him. Orengo has gone everywhere with him. They literally became the three faces that were showing up for Linda Mwananchi everywhere they went. Babu has paid the price in terms of even being attacked by people, constantly hearing that his supporters are being arrested and he has to go to court and defend them alone. It's not that all these other people are not lawyers. He's the one who's showing up for him. Orengo getting in trouble constantly, being called out constantly. For me, I'm now looking at what price are you paying to associate with the opposition.
But the same Orengo who went, according to what we see, to then go and bring in someone who may not be Puritan to join the faction at the same time.
And that's why for me I'm saying let's assess all the friends that are being made by everyone, number one. Number two, let us check whether they are gathering or scattering. Because if you're not gathering the vote, it means you're not working for the purpose of this mission. The mission was to bring the opposition together, give us one person, let's form a government with a different person, and hopefully we send home all the people who are corrupt, all the people who have robbed Kenyans, all the people who have killed Kenyans, and allow the new person that we are voting as president to have quality people to choose from. One of the biggest problems that Ruto has today is that he does not have quality friends. I've said it in this studio before. And so everybody he has appointed to work for him keeps on messing up because they're not quality human beings from the start. And so the mission was to make sure that Linda Mwananchi has quality humans, so that when you're forming government, you're choosing from amongst the better of the lot, not the best of them. Because if we were to nitpick, we will find sins that have been committed by every single one of those individuals. But then we are saying that as of now, there are friends that are being made that are complete baggage for this movement. And their records may not be seen now, but in a short while, I dare say by the end of October, you will begin to see how their proclivities, the things that they are aligned to, are going to start showing up. And for me, that is where I worry. The whole of last week I kept on saying we must protect the hearts of Gen Z. Because when they get this news, they'll be very dejected, they'll be very disillusioned. Majority of the millennials who are used to saying, you know what, these things are not going to change, let me enjoy my peace, are actually going to let these things slide. And the moment we do, the person who's going to be winning is the person we don't want to see winning in the coming election.
It's definitely.
I'm also saying, and I started off by saying that, follow the money. Follow the money. Kenyan voter, follow the money. Check who is having conversations with your preferred candidate in the morning and who's having conversations with them at night. Follow the money. If they don't have the means, friendships and associations to be able to fund their ambitions, sit back and ask questions. We have time to ask questions. Sit back and ask questions. And when we come to the next election, Kenyans must be punitive, very punitive. Anybody who looks like they're playing games with our elections should be punished accordingly. And they should be punished by being sent home. Let them watch us form government from outside. If we don't do that today, if we don't do that today, if we don't check the alliances that are forming within the opposition and check where they are going, we are going to be in a lot of trouble as a country, because what we are going to miss is the nuances that the politicians actually want us to miss. This is a whole game. There are several layers to it. Every day you're allowed to see the layer they want you to see. When the other layer makes sense, they allow you to see that layer, and then they depart from the mission that they have set. Also, a reminder, for example, to the person who's being propped up as presidential candidate today, Sifuna, that when you make friends when you're in trouble, sometimes those friends are the wind under your wings. And departing from them may actually means that you've set yourself up to fall from very far high. The foundations of his fame right now are not quite strong. He needs to do a lot of work to fortify that foundation, because he had not thought about the presidency. He knows, he can admit to you. He needs to fortify that foundation, and the kind of friends he's making will determine whether that foundation will stand or not. Anybody who comes to his camp today, who is associated with the oppressor, is going to leave and leave him without feet to stand on. He must carefully choose his friends even as he's going. Just because you have been named presidential candidate does not mean that now everybody can be your friend and you can carry all kinds of friends. It requires a special kind of talent to know who will carry the burden you have and who is going to come and become a burden to you.
Gaira, earlier you talked about the need of Kenyans to punish individuals, and she has also reverberated the same. And as we approach 2027, then there is need for all these nuances to be put into perspective for Kenyans to equally look at, okay, fine, we're going into election. Is it a question of mtuetu? Is it a question of emotions? Is it a question of, at the end of the day, what do we want as a people, as a governance structure that will improve our situation?
I think Stella got the subject correct, but maybe I made an assumption of who I had in mind.
Okay.
8.2 million Kenyans never showed up to vote in the last election, right? 8.2 million Kenyans didn't show up in the last elections didn't show up in the last elections to vote. For whatever reasons, they found no need for them to turn up to vote, and they were the largest base out of that election because they were the most. As Kenyans, we need to ask ourselves, why didn't they find any need to show up to vote in an election that was very charged, and especially the young people, with the young people the most concerned of that election? And we decided that we need to look into it and see why. And our belief then was that it's because they didn't believe with the crop of leaders that were there at that particular time, and neither did the candidates on the ballot were worthy enough for them to show up. Since then, the numbers have increased, Dennis. IBC just did a mass voter registration, the highest they've ever done. You know, they've never hit 2.6 million within 30 days. That was a very big performance. And majority of them, again, young. That has been the mission from the very beginning. From last year. Last year, when we set up Kenya Moja, it's because we had seen that potential. That there's a possibility that there are young Kenyans, or in particular, and progressive Kenyans, who want to see something new, something fresh, and we can go all the way. In business too, if you're selling groceries, and you realize everybody in that market is selling tomatoes and onions, and there's a gap for avocados, and you decide that for me, I'm going to make a tactical decision that I'm only going to supply avocados so that I have a niche within the market and continuously sell. You don't show up with the avocados and after 3 days start saying, I'm going back to the onions. Because there's a tangible, solid number of Kenyans that truly, as Stella is saying, that want to see a new country that has a new arrangement, a new generation, a new formation of leaders, and they believe in that. If that doesn't happen, two things must happen. They either reject that candidate or once again don't show up to vote. That was the original base of what Linda was. You understand? And so the moment other players come into play, and I've given you an example, Dennis, and I'd love Nduh to also react to this. I've said, Karoli Omondi, because she was saying the company that you keep with Sifuna, and the people that are purportedly, because a presidential election is a serious business. It's not a joke. You have to put in a lot of money. And if people are seeing your rallies are happening, the MPs used to contribute. I used to be there. They would say we're going to the Busia rally. They say we're going to Busia. Would need some sort of stage. We'll need some sound. This is the budget. I say we need 1 million. How many of us are here? We are 10, 15 MPs. Can everybody chuck at least 50,000 shillings so that we have a budget? In Kakamega, because that's where I come from and I was there, that ground you saw there is called a Malemba ground. In fact, it has a nickname. It's called Chocolate City for those who come from Kakamega. Because of we have a KMTC college there. So it's a very popular place with students. So most times people love, during the weekends from the hostels, they love to hang out in that ground. So because of that, it was branded Chocolate City. It's like a dating site around the place. It's a free space, Dennis. If you go there, you can have a rally tomorrow. You just need to notify the police. The only two major expenses, it was the stage and the sound and your fare there, whether you're driving or you're walking, to get there. You understand? That has since changed with what is happening now. In Homa Bay, somebody said he saw 150 Prados. You know how much it costs to be able to fuel and get there. That's like tens and tens of millions. You understand? So we said, if we lose out the audience that you are addressing from the very beginning, that's why we pulled aside. I said, wait a minute. We are attracting faces into this group that were not necessarily the original vision bearers of what we wanted to do with Linda. as Caleb has continuously said, even on this show, who is told you is the founder of Linda Mwananchi, because of what we had agreed on. So if Karoli Omondi today, and Stella, maybe you react to this, is a spokesperson of Linda Mwananchi, sits in all the strategy meetings of Linda, an independent political formation that has a candidate in mind for the 2027 elections, but immediately leaves that room, he reports to another room where is the Secretary General of Azimio Coalition, which has a chairman, Uhuru Kenyatta, and the Secretary General and Chairman Uhuru Kenyatta, and a new leader after the passing of Baba, who's Kalonzo, on record. That is his presidential candidate. You understand?
Who's presidential candidate?
The presidential candidate of Azimio is Kalonzo Musyoka, is the leader of that group. And the chairman is Uhuru Kenyatta. And the Secretary General is Karoli Omondi. You understand? And it's an independent political formation that is planning to compete in this election, isn't it? But the same Secretary General of Azimio is the spokesperson of another political formation that is Linda Mwananchi, that also has a presidential candidate. True or false, Dennis? It's not possible. In the realm of the
clearly it is, because it's happening.
It's happening. And I'm telling you. And you can imagine, because those of us who believe in the Linda dream of a new generation of leaders under Bayan Sifuna, which is what we've done, are not very comfortable with such an arrangement. You understand?
So what would you prefer?
Yeah. Listen, those who believe in Kalonzo, in a free and democratic state, must, within the opposition cause, first of all, you must agree, and I must let you know that we believe that to beat William Ruto, we need a united opposition. But even within the opposition, we are trying to build our own candidate. That's why you've seen Rigiji doing his thing, whatever he's doing. He's building his numbers, so that when he comes to the table, he can come to the table and say, so what are we bringing on board? In the process of wanting to come with one solo candidate that can be able to face the president. That therefore means Sifuna, Matiang'i, Kalonzo are competitors for that presidential ticket, isn't it? Those of us who believe in Sifuna and in Linda are not comfortable with having characters that come into Linda's stage, fill the Linda stage with on Sundays, on the weekends, but then midweek they're playing other roles, pushing other candidates. And when you raise it, we've been completely under attack, and I raised it before. I said this all week, just because we said, look, we don't mind Kalonzo and all the other candidates building their numbers. That's what you do in a competition, in a fair competition, Dennis. Then when you get to the table, then we can be able to present something. But if we're gonna continue having rallies and people filling our Linda stage or purporting to be with us, and then eventually midweek they move to other candidates, at that time when now we go to the table, we might not, our brothers might not have anybody behind them, because those ones in Wiper would come in as Wiper on that table. Those ones who are spending time with Matiang'i would come with Jubilee, and we might not be
so are you confused? Because you seem, are you confused? Because you seem, if you're confused, then it's not convincing anybody outside here that you're very clear on the position, because you can't have a moving target when you're trying to hit something. You can't. Any sniper will tell you that you need your target to be in one place at one time for a particular period of time in order to hit it. If you don't have those three creating the situation, you will not hit the target. And if anything, I'm just going to say, it sounds like you're playing right into the hands of President William Ruto. Right into his hands, because you can't say that you're and I've asked this question to everyone who sat here. You can't say that you're united if you have 6 different presidential candidates. Who is the person? Is it people say, oh, there's still time, Okay, understood. There's a year to the election, a little bit under a year now to the election. You have a campaigning period between May the 27th and August 10th, or May 29th and August 10th, to then be able to get people to coalesce around an idea. But how are you united? It's like saying, let's have moving targets so we can confuse the enemy, but then you end up confusing yourself. Which one is it? Can you have 6 different presidential candidates? Matiang'i, Kalonzo Musyoka, Martha Karua, Eugene Wamalwa, Maraga, Rigiji, we don't know, Sifuna. Those are 6 already. And you're at the same time saying that we have a united opposition. Can you do that?
I think it's easy to announce that you want to be presidential candidate, but whether or not you want to be on the ballot is a different story.
Okay.
There are several people who have announced that they're vying for presidency just so that they can position themselves for negotiation. And one of the reminders I want to give on this table is that the individuals who we are asking to unite and choose one person are all politicians. So all of them, number one interest is to protect their own turf and ensure that then they have a stake in the next election. And then number two, then figure out who to collaborate with as they are doing that. And so for me, I'm not worried about individuals setting up political parties and wanting to vie in those political parties. As a matter of fact, I wish we had fewer parties. I wish we would have been able to have Linda Mwananchi inside ODM driving an agenda with an already set up party, but then ODM chose to be swallowed by the president. So now that we are in this place, anybody who's creating his own political party is creating it for a specific purpose. Babu is planning to be a president in 2032. It makes sense for him to have a party now, so that in the next election he'll not be looking for a party. Looking at Sifuna vying for presidency, he needs a political party. ODM is definitely not going to be his home, so it makes sense for him to be looking for a political party. The different individuals, especially for Rigiji to consolidate his backyard, he needed a political party to do so. I wish he wasn't consolidating around tribe, but that's the avenue he has found to consolidate on. So whether or not there are many political parties is not a problem. Number two, I have a slight departure from Gaira on the people who come on the podium for Linda Mwananchi. The truth is that politics is a game of numbers. And so for me right now, I'm not worried about who's coming on the podium. I'm concerned about whether the voter is using the right lens to look at the individuals coming on the podium. So that if someone is coming on the podium and speaking and acting like they belong, but they don't, that Mwananchi is seeing through them. Because at the end of the day, the way politicians behave, if they notice a vehicle that is going to deliver them to the vote, they will take that vehicle.
How critical?
The reason why Sifuna has lots of friends in Western Kenya right now is because the politicians in Western Kenya have had Mimi Ndio Sifuna, and now they know it's an easy ticket back to office. Are the people of Western Kenya checking to see that everybody who's saying Mimi Ndio Sifuna just because they want to come back to office have actually done them well? If they haven't, they should punish them by sending them home, even as they make Sifuna president. That's my point. And Sifuna himself, as he's making his friends, is he checking who's going to be baggage to him? Because when I say baggage, I mean the people who have nothing to offer to Kenyans but are tagging onto you just because they're hoping to win.
Just to piggy up on what you've said, earlier you said there is need for leaders to have that national appeal. There is fear that with the infiltration in these movements, there is a high possibility that then someone like Sifuna, who had that national appeal, is being balkanized to remaining being a community leader, right? But if you look at someone like Sifuna and the appeal that he has, it's nationwide. It has been seen as if he appeals to each and every single facet of what Kenya is. Now, everybody else, as you've seen, is their backyard. This is my community. I am coming with my community on the table. Sifuna is getting there with saying, I'm coming in with Kenyans. Can that be a better negotiating level as opposed to my backyard? I'm coming with 2 million people.
I actually wish he was saying, I'm coming in with Kenyans, as he's discussing it with equals at the top. He cannot take Kenyans and bring them into the home of Western Kenya. That's the thing. We are saying that Western Kenya is a small village inside Kenya. Kenya is the bigger house. If we were to use Boni Halwale's compound, Kenya is the first wife's home. You know, so you can't be bringing Kenya into the last wife's house. You're supposed to be bringing everyone to the big home. You know, and so for me, my concern for Sifuna right now is that the friends he's making are dragging him towards a smaller corner of this nation, and yet he was propped up as a national leader. They are taking away from the greatness that he has managed to achieve through his career, and of course that ODM mistakes have managed to inject into his political career. If he does not watch out in the next coming days, he risks irrelevance. And I know I may get in trouble for saying this because I know the Mimi Ndio Sifuna people don't want to hear anybody saying what I'm saying today. But I'm saying this because Sifuna is a man I have loved. Sifuna is a man that my family supports. Sifuna is a man that my brother was begging to send money to his campaign even before he decided to go for presidency when he was vying for Senate. So he's someone who has actually, has a good track record as far as I'm concerned. And his sins are few. Let's say that, you know. I am saying this today because the friends he is making are friends who are dragging him to a small corner. They're dragging him to that place of being a kingpin, leader from Western. And the reason why they're dragging him there is because they like the consolidation power that he has for Western Kenya now. They like how easily he's going to deliver them to the vote and ensure that they win even without vetting. That is why I started by saying, these buses, don't vote for the bus. Tell people, shuka chini. Check, you know the way you check, everybody check their bag, confirm that they are
All
not...
Kalau style.
All Kalau style. Check that they're not carrying stolen money. They are not carrying corruption records. Check if they are. Even if they say Mimi Sifuna, send them home. We have also seen Gaira, political prostitutes, who are in the space, but they're busy swaying in every direction, looking for survival, hoping that they are going to be named deputy governor, hoping that they're going to be named running mate for somebody. And in the process, they hold on to nothing in terms of philosophy, hold on to nothing in terms of ideology, but then they are hoping that they're going to be caught up somewhere and be found in office. Those people may actually be that news that is going to hang the candidate that you love and support as soon as they find their way into becoming a deputy something, because either they're coming with money or influence or associations. It will be a problem. I've seen some headlines talking about Uhuru funding Sifuna to do whatever and whoever funding. I beseech Kenyans, I'm really begging Kenyans to go and follow the money again. Follow the money again, confirm who is funding your candidate, confirm who they are working for.
Why does that matter?
Why that matters is because if you do not follow the money, you will discover that 3/4 of the already existing political parties in Luo Nyanza are working in favor of President Ruto, not because they're going to vote for him, but because they are scattering the vote for him. You will discover that Western Kenya is being split in the many directions, is being split so that there's nobody who's going to get the kind of mass of votes that will then beat the number of votes that Ruto is going to receive. You will discover that even the noise from the coast, where it was noise about having UDM and whoever their candidate is as the deputy president, and then now they realize this is not going to work, and Joho is now being propped up, is noise to ensure that at the end of the day, Ruto gets something small, and then everyone else splits whatever is left. When you start splitting like that, he's eventually going to be the beneficiary of this thing.
Come on now, Stella. What you're telling us is that there's a hidden hand here in all of these things that we are seeing that could go to the benefit of the incumbent.
And don't be surprised if that hidden hand is the president of Kenya, His Excellency President Ruto. I don't know why I'm calling him Excellency. Don't be surprised if that is him. Because this man is a trickster. I've said it in this studio over and over again. The person we are dealing with is not a man who plays around. There's nothing that is off the table for him. If he must pay his own people to go and act like they belong to you so that they can split you, he will pay them. I'm actually asking Kenyans to pay attention. It is okay to be in support of the official opposition, but if you're going to drive these people, drive them towards making a decision that will serve you, and not a decision that will serve their piper for now. And you need to check who is out here genuinely because they care about Kenya and they want to transform Kenya, and who is out here because they have a mission to achieve.
So, Ngaira, is this what you saw? Is this the fear that Renaissance movement and walked out?
October 1st.
And why couldn't you just sit down with Linda Mwananchi, as it were, as founding members to deal with the problem?
That's what I want to tell you. October 1st, 2025, last year, a day just before IEBC clears candidates for the by-election that was going to happen in November, we make a decision that ODM is no longer our home. And ODM was not going to give us space to compete on their platform for any other future political formation. And we decide that there is need to have a party. You understand, Dennis? Then I go for the by-election because there was no room then to do a party. We go for the by-election. The by-election was November. 9 candidates in Malava. I came forth, and then we come back to Nairobi. We decided what is the name of the party. You understand? Fast forward, January this year, January 10th, we have our second meeting, and the registrar informs us that our certificate for provisional registration is ready. The week that followed, I think a Wednesday or Thursday, so because Sunday, the meeting was on, the 10th meeting was on a Sunday, so 11th, 12th, 13th, on a Wednesday, we go to the IBC, to the office of the Registrar of Political Party, or RPP, and we formally receive our the clearance for PM Party, which was covered with the entire media. That was 8 months ago, before we did the first rally for Linda Mwananchi. It was way ahead of time. You understand? There was no Linda Mwananchi at that date, at that time, we believed that the country needs a clean start. And we believed in Sifuna, and we believe that if there's anybody that is closer to what we as PM believe in, is Sifuna, and that's why we want that clean slate. And we did not agree with the many other factions that came into play. That's why people have been asking, and I think you asked even Caleb, why are you no longer in the Linda Mwananchi rallies? That has been a question he's been asked.
Yes.
It's because we saw along the way, and Stella, she's right.
But he didn't tell us that. He told us that on the days when
you
there
look
was
for him because you can ask him.
No. I asked the question directly. Yeah. And I asked him, why have you not been there? Are you still part of the thing? And he said, no. Well, on the last few occasions, he's been busy, but he's still part of it. Is that a lie?
I'm prepared. I just talked to him this morning.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. So that has changed.
I'm telling you that along the way, and Stella, what she's alluding to is very correct. There are people who then became, we started getting new players on our platforms that we truly felt like they do not represent what we're trying to achieve. And also, I've told you from the lessons we've learned. Remember, Derek, we've been around for a while. I might not look. Sorry, I keep forgetting. There's some guy called Derek I know as well. So, Dennis, I keep saying that one lesson that I learned from the corporate sector is that there are people who are supposed not to be carried away with just the sideshows on the stage. They need to look at what is happening from behind the scenes. And Stella, she's right. Follow the money, look at the allies that somebody is keeping. It means we are no longer on the same page as to what we had, the original dream of what we wanted to achieve. And that's why we decided to look back and say, wait a minute, why is this and this guy now here? What is his interest in this group? Who could be the beneficiary of his actions within this formation? You understand? And when you go deeper to that, then you realize the kind of things Stella, she's alluding to. That there are people who really wanted Linda to veer off the original mission, yet as we were clear that if 8.2 million Kenyans did not see it worth it to go and vote, and that number has since grown with the Gen Z and the increasing number of progressive Kenyans, I think they're saying now is at around 11 million, those ones you can consider young and young voters, a big base that any political party can run with, because you get 80% of that is almost 9 million votes. You can win an election with that, isn't it? We say, let's go big on this group and bank on this group and go all the way. Then there are people who come with ethnic titles. We are equally disappointed, Stella, with the idea that our brother Sifuna has been dragged to Western Kenya, where he could have gotten just an automatic base. I've been there and people already like him. He doesn't really need to. It's one of those areas, I was there 2 weeks ago. Sifuna, and I think from the funeral that we had on Friday, you can see he doesn't really need to do a lot of effort there. But to drag him back there, and even worse, from a communication point of view, to see that the people discussing Sifuna party are the local villagers on the other side, completely gives that first party a face of, a regional party, as opposed to what we've done. We did a very beautiful NDC. I think you saw it.
But Linda Mwananchi is not a party.
No, I know this is not my show, but can we also ask who's the beneficiary of Caleb walking alone?
No. You see, in a free and democratic...
So we shouldn't ask that question?
In a free... No, I'm just saying, in a free and democratic space, we are free. And that's why I've given you the history of our party. It was there way before this Linda thing.
Absolutely. Can we ask who's the beneficiary of him walking alone?
You see, when somebody makes a political decision in a free and democratic state, in a free and democratic space, it's enough that it fits the purpose as to why he believes I built this formation. For us is to be able to. Originally, we had thought within the Linda group that now that the vision to deliver a new generation of leaders within the Linda Mwananchi is failing, we have to build a real boat, because Linda was not a party, as you say.
Still
Linda can't take you to Parliament tomorrow, but PM can give you a ticket to go to Parliament.
But one asks the question, if you believed in what Linda Mwananchi was to offer, and there were concerns that you had as a founding member of Linda Mwananchi, why not stick it out and deal with that issue? Because many now are looking at RM, unfortunately, as the party that has come to divide the votes that Linda Mwananchi was controlling in the first place.
PM or RM? Now I'm even getting confused.
PM has come to interfere with the votes that Linda Mwananchi was controlling. So who's benefiting with that division?
After the 2017 election, and ODM party went into a review, we went to Kilaguni to do an analysis of how the outcome of the election. We made a decision that it was a terrible mistake with the coalition partners to allow our members of parliament in the lower, our candidates in the lower seats to compete against each other, because we had lost some easy seats, including Langata. seats that you could not have lost. And the decision was that we should not repeat the same mistake going to the next election because it gave us low numbers in parliament. That functionary was there. When that decision was taken to the NEC meeting at Oranges, where I was, it was ratified, including the party leader then, Raila Odinga. He said this was a terrible mistake. 4 years later, I was back at KICC and ODM was again signing a coalition agreement with, in fact, 26 other parties. In my local constituency back home in Obuya East, where everybody was angling to get that one ticket for ODM because they believed that was the ticket, immediately the decision was made at KICC that ODM is now going to be part of a formation called Azimio, and now we have 26 other options. All the candidates that were in that nomination that were going to face in ODM split it to 7 parties. You understand? The guy who won that seat, Mr. Wanyonyi, who is now the current MP for Obuya East, won with 12,000 votes. All the other 6 candidates of Azimio put together almost double his vote. You understand? The leader of the party was still the same. Human beings are not angels. It's possible that we have a leader who's probably not listening to everybody. You understand? And sometimes you can try as much, you can do your best to try and inform the leader that this
Which
is the
leader
right
is this
way.
now you're talking about? Because like I said, you're confusing us here. Which leader are you talking about? You're talking about Caleb Amisi, you're talking about,
I'm talking about
Sifuna. He's not listening to whom?
I do believe that Sifuna is not listening to everybody that is giving the advice.
Who is he listening to?
No. I think let's not be insincere. Let's not be insincere. And I'm glad that you've given the example you have given.
Yeah.
This example you have given sets you right where I need you. Because I asked a question.
Yes.
Should we also ask who's benefiting from Caleb walking alone? And I think you've answered my question when you spoke about the example that you have given.
Yeah.
Anytime we are on a mission to scatter the opposition votes, we are basically saying we are playing into the hands of President Ruto. And for me, once we answer the question of who is gathering and who is scattering, number one, follow the money. Then number two, who is gathering and who is scattering? Then we have the answer to the question, who wants us to go back into the hands of our oppressor? And that is a difficult
The oppressor being?
Of course, the president of this nation.
Okay.
I have always been very clear that this is a presidency I don't appreciate. He's a man I cannot stand. I really, really wish we had never made this mistake that we have made in this nation, because we have put ourselves in a lot of trouble. Now, in 2002, when we wanted to get rid of Moi, Caleb was alive. He saw what the opposition had to do. Baba had to sacrifice his own ambitions to go and support Kibaki in order for only one candidate to be competing for all the votes that were not going to be put in the basket that Moi was supporting, and therefore had President Uhuru as the candidate. If that was the formula that worked then, nothing has changed in this nation now. If you split the opposition amongst the many people, very soon you may hear that Rigiji is going to be allowed to vie if his appeal goes the way he wants it to go. If you split all those votes, you will waste the value of consolidation that comes from having the number of millions that the Mrima represents, and the number of millions that Western Kenya represents, the number of millions that Luo Nyanza represents, caused every part of this nation that is clamoring for change. You will waste those votes. The conversation now is not for people to now go and start creating their own camp in the name of, what did you call it, in a democratic nation. No. Our elections is not happening in a vacuum. It is happening in a space where democracy itself has been captured. So for you to be able to transform the nation, you must do extra in order to consolidate. And that is why people are even talking about coalitions. I'm hoping that coalition can be created before we go into the election, because you don't want a President Ruto in a runoff. You do not want that. And we also don't want to tire Kenyans and exhaust Kenyans voting for so many small village heads. And then eventually, after the election, we now tell them that they're going to go for a runoff and spend more money and vote for someone against the President Ruto. Especially when IBC is saying it's broke.
Stella and George, this is interesting because at the very beginning of all of these conversations, as we saw things starting to morph, because, I mean, August 2022 is the same as now. Politics had already started taking center stage when the new administration came into. And what people told us is that the agenda and its slogans were there. Ruto must go. That was the agenda. That seems to have changed now. The agenda seems to be morphing to, I also want a piece of the pie. You've more or less said it just now. Kalebamisi said, no, this is not what we wanted. So let us now register our party alone. Others have said, I'm not going to run. Then suddenly you find yourself running. Those who've been impeached are coming back and saying, I control. So if you want anything, you have to talk to me. But this is my candidate. Somebody else says we're going to work together, but I want to be what happened to the original idea whereby good governance and proper leadership for the security of the livelihoods of the people of Kenya, according to the Constitution, was going to be the main agenda? Where did that go?
Nduh, the thing is, I think you've not had the chronology that I gave you.
I did. I heard very well, but my question remains. Where did the original idea go? Because nobody's talking about it now. Have you heard in this conversation that we've had this morning? We're talking about the people of Kenya to ensure that where they're going in the future is going to be secured, and that it was clear in the minds of people that the way things are currently cannot continue. But now, even in this last 1.5 hours, what have we heard? That, there's infiltration, there might be somebody paying another person. We don't know if the people who are joining are with us or not with us, and we also...
the original, you're saying the original reason, the original agenda as to why we created whatever formation that we did. And that even as she talked about Linda, before that we had Kenya Moja. It hasn't changed. It's our belief, and my personal belief, that unless we change the quality of the leaders that we have currently, and not be forced into compromise, as she's saying, that yes, while we might want a fresh team, but the reality of beating the president, that's the argument, isn't it? The reality of beating President William Ruto is that we must coalesce as a position, which we agree.
Yes.
But we have said if that is to happen, then we must still remain on course as to what the original intention is, which is to deliver generational change in the country. And we did not create a party after Linda and these things you're talking about.
It doesn't matter when it happened.
Because you're trying to allude to that, saying that, we don't
I'm not alluding. I'm very clear. If there's anything, I'm extremely clear.
I think Nduh is asking a different question. She's asking why we have departed from the interest of Kenyans. The delivery of services to Kenyans, power with the people towards kingpins and splitting and getting a piece of the cake and everything. And the truth is we have departed. But I have been raising an alarm in this studio continuously, saying Gen Z managed to take us away from the place where we're discussing individuals and their fiefdoms towards a place where we're discussing every individual based on how they deliver for Kenyans.
Yes.
The status quo panicked. They panicked, and so they had to reorganize quickly. In this situation, I actually contend that every one of the actors in our society right now, including Rigiji himself, who also participated in the process of trying to take us back to the place where we start discussing fiefdoms instead of discussing the interests of Kenyans. And so now they have brought us to a place where even Gen Z themselves are discussing a kingpin before they discuss the interests of Kenyans. Is it possible to transform that? Yes, it is. If it was done once, it can be done again. But the truth is we have departed from that place. And maybe what we were saying even at the beginning of this show is that we need to move from kingpins. That's why I'm saying tell people to get out of the bus and go back to discussing the interests of Kenyans and what they deliver for you. That's number one. And if we are not careful, the resources they're investing in making sure that we don't discuss our interests and we discuss fiefdoms and whatever other spaces they want to discuss is a lot. And therefore, if we do not invest our own resources in pulling this conversation towards our interests, we will reach the next election discussing kingpin, Luo kingpin, Kikuyu kingpin, whatever kingpin, and one term and two term, which are nonsense if you ask me. The main issue should be who is going to redeem this nation from where we find ourselves now. Number two is that you cannot separate the political careers of politicians from the politics that they carry. At the end of the day, their politics is for survival. If the market demands fiefdoms, they will be discussing kingpin and mutuetu and all that. If the market demands accountability, you saw for a period of time during the first round of Gen Z protests in your studios, everyone was coming in talking about Kenyans and what Kenyans want. Kenyans and what Kenyans want. So it's possible to get the politicians to talk about the right things. The demand side is what should increase. Every Kenyan should insist that every candidate tells them what they're going to do for them. And I was glad when they started asking, okay, sawa sisi ndio Sifuna, then what? Okay, you want to be our president, Maraga, what are you going to do for us? Okay, Matiang'i, you're saying you want to be our president. How about these sins and that sin that you committed? I was happy when we were having those conversations, and I wish we could quickly go back to that place, because when we do, it will become very easy for us to even to choose from outside who we want as a presidential candidate. Tell them, if you don't have this person as a presidential candidate, that we are not going to get on board. And the reason why we must do this is because as Kenyans, we are the ones who felt the pain of what we have had to deal with. These politicians can regroup, organize themselves, figure out a way of surviving without us. So we must make decisions that are going to serve our interests. But number two, and most important, I've sat right here suggesting that we have a People's Electoral College. When I was suggesting it, I actually just thought we were going to use it to choose who becomes our MCA, MP, whatever. But I realize now, more than ever, that we're going to need that People's Electoral College, because if you have united opposition and Linda Mwananchi, plus any other initiative that is going to arise as a result of the transitions that are happening right now, we may need a space where the people again get to choose. That space is not an NDC, because these things are no longer happening in political parties. That space is a different space, and that space must be held. I hate to admit that Baba may have seen this far when he says we need a conclave. Because if this is what we are carrying into the next election, it basically means we can't have... The NDCs will choose who becomes the Wiper candidate, who becomes the ODM candidate, who becomes UDA. But then at the end of the day, when you get out here, we have to figure out, how do we choose this one person? Do we allow people to close the door and come back and tell us tumechagua huyu? Or are we saying we want a stake in it? And I think we must demand a stake in it. After we demand a stake in it, they should not be chosen based on their tribe. They should be chosen based on what they're going to do for Kenyans. If you choose based on your tribe, just rest assured that you're playing in the hands of the status quo. Money was poured. Time was spent to strategize, to ensure that you stop discussing accountability, stop discussing the interests of Kenyans, stop discussing what Kenyans need, and start discussing Mrima and Luo Kingpin and Western Kenya, Mundu Efwe, and Coast, and the fact that the time for Coast has come. I'm telling you, we must be very careful in these conversations that we're having as we go towards the next election. The truth is that the people who have led Kenya to where we are today prefer to go to the elections with tribes as the key for the rooms. The people who actually care about democracy prefer to go to the elections with political parties, with philosophies, strong philosophies, as a vehicle for delivery of leadership. If we truly, truly cared about democracy, ODM should not have been a party that is dying right now. The man who is in power does not care about democracy. And that is why he allowed a party that has grown for 20 years, had the kind of tenets that it has, to just disappear because he wanted to make sure that he neutralizes it and makes it weak.
I mean, Gairo, we've seen Kenyans speak. And if we just go back to Olkalau, utaleta pesa, but we will use our heads to vote, right? Now, we wanted to get to a point where we're discussing issues and agendas and interrogating individuals who are coming in our spaces and saying that even if we vote for you and you get to that house, you will stand with us, that you will deliver to us. Because remember, 2022, Azimio, as it were, was the majority in parliament. But what happened to those political parties and their leaders that it was so easy for them to just move, because then President William Ruto was the president and they could move that way. So how do we also ensure that within these united opposition that have come together with a single agenda, we'll stick it out with Kenyans, we'll do what is needed for Kenyans to say, finally, we have a leadership that is working?
Those are the efforts that we're making, and I think Stella deserves a cocktail. The next People's Cocktail in a week's time. I think I reach out to her for clearly setting out what should be happening in this country. I think Dennis, Kenyans have already made that statement, particularly young Kenyans. They are very clear on what they expect in the next election. And that's why we keep saying that you're underestimating this group, but it's a solid group that will be very decisive in the next election. We want to bank on it. When you say just fresh, it's because we believe that fresh is a sizable amount of Kenyans that want to see agendas and manifestos and what's your vision for this country and your track record, because you can just come and purport to want to do something for us, but there's nothing much to see of what you've been doing before, isn't it? And they've already crossed that line. So there is no debate as to whether Kenyans, particularly the Kenyans of this generation, the younger Kenyans, maybe of our generations, if you're a millennial, who have such expectations as alluded by Stella and as per your questions. What I am saying is, why can't we stick on that lane? You understand? Why can't we stick with those ones? Those ones, and see how many are there. That is the, you call what do you call this? The opinion poll. That's the ultimate opinion poll that we need on election day to find out, are they truly 11 million Kenyans who want to see a new Kenya? It can only happen if we stay on that lane as opposed to going for compromise. That compromise, Stella, of saying that yes, it's true, we agree that we need a fresh start. But you see, we can't do, if at all, we do not mop up these other ethnic leaders and stuff. We've tried that before. That's why we have an impeached president. This president, we have an impeached deputy president. This deputy president and his this Gachagua, former deputy president Gachagua, was impeached, and his boss then, William Ruto, had a campaign. We went to Nyeri. That is the most brutal. One time we were coming with Baba from Nyeri. We went to, those who know Karatina town, just after Karatina town, there's a hotel there. We were somewhere there, and we were having lunch before we come into Kiambu, I think a place called Makongeni, and then eventually Githurai. You know that story of Baba climbing the mountain. And the kind of hate I saw on that line, just because they were saying, we know Ruto is hata akiwa ni mwizi wetu. Remember those statements on your own media, you're a journalist. Those people had put compromise in their campaign. They'd said, yes, while we know that there are characters within our campaign that are not good enough and do not deserve these positions, but because we must defeat Baba. I hope you're getting the context of my argument. Because we must just defeat Baba, let's compromise and carry them along. Eventually you form government, and then you realize you do not share the same ideology, you do not share the same working culture with the person, and you can't stand them, and then you impeach them. Isn't it? And that's what we want to avoid. We want to have a situation where, truly, if you believe in a certain cause, we go all the way and go build and discover our numbers on the ballot. You understand? Otherwise, we're going to do a compromise, Stella. And I agree. We're going to do a compromise and say, yes, we must have people, we cannot do without them. He's bringing our Kamba vote, he's bringing all this kind of votes, he's bringing Kikuyus and stuff. But eventually, when we form government, and somebody asked me, assuming, he asked me, who's your candidate? Our candidate is Edwin Sifuna. And say, by good luck, is given that presidency on a silver platter, and is president. It's next year, September 10th, he's sworn in, and is president. Now this is President Sifuna. And he has now all these principles he has to deal with, beginning with Rigiji and stuff. How is he able to govern?
Let's not misguide the audience. We have 30 seconds. Especially the voter.
Yeah.
Especially the voter. Gaira knows how Kenyans vote. If Kenyans were to be the kind of people who just vote for any newcomer, Rajput Nazlin Omar would be president in this nation. What's the other one? Abduba Dida would have been president in this nation. We have had good people who vied for presidency, but they were not in the body of what a Kenyan votes for.
Okay.
As we are going into this coming election, the truth is the person who Kenyans vote for has not shifted completely. And so all we are saying is that we want to insist that the bigger portion of their vetting will be on accountability and the ability to deliver for Kenyans. And so let us not pretend that this is the election we want to play experiments with to determine whether there is strength in checking whether there is 11 million people who want to change this country. We are saying that for this particular election, we must change this country. It is a desperate attempt to redeem our nation from the hands of a man who is hell-bent on destroying this nation. And so this cannot be the election where you say, let me try out and see how strong I'm going to be. This is the election where we're saying, let us come together, get rid of the enemy of our progress, replace this person with someone progressive. Hopefully Kenyans will also remove the thugs who have surrounded our initiative to create the change, and bring in good people who then, when we sit down eventually, if Sifuna is the president or whoever becomes the president, then we can safely say, now Sifuna has people to choose from who we can work with them. They are good people.
How does President Sifuna deal with the Gachagua? Just one thing.
We don't have time for one thing.
5 seconds.
We have 10. I'll give you 10. Go.
It's only a fool who does the same thing the same way and expects to see different results in a different day. for as long as we'll keep repeating the same models of electing our leaders and the coalitions that we've done before, the results will be obvious. There will be an impeached either president or deputy president in the next formation.
So Ngaira also has a problem with Edwin Sifuna having a conversation with Rigathi Gachagua that we've established. George Ngaira is the government affairs analyst. Stella Agara has been here with us this morning. If this conversation is anything to go by, there's a lot of work to be done.
Yeah.
Too much. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for starting off this week with us. It's 10 o'clock. Enjoy the rest of your listening. We'll talk again tomorrow, God willing. Good morning.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.